Baseball on the 4th of July. Time to celebrate our nation's independence. Happy birthday, U.S. Looking pretty good for 237. Baseball and beanbags on the 4th of July. At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Arizona Diamondbacks. And a pleasant good afternoon, everybody, and a happy 4th of July. Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez with you today as the Mets close out their series with the Diamondbacks. The Mets won the first two games of the series. Arizona won last night. Mets head out on a road trip after the game today. 4th of July, it's a benchmark for baseball at the statistical midway point of the season for the Mets, and a day that seems to produce a lot of special memories. And I know for you the 19-inning game in Atlanta is one that always comes to mind, but maybe not the most special memory?
Well, most special memory for me was in AAA baseball, Tulsa Oilers playing at Mile High Stadium in Denver on July 4th. Full house, over 80,000 people, minor leaguers playing in that kind of crowd. $110,000 worth of fireworks over the center field fence. Well, it blew up all in 45 seconds. People were flying over the center field fence for their lives, and when it was over, it was a flash of light. It was 82,000 people with a collective boo. And that's one of my, not fondest memories, but I'll never forget that day.
Well, we had a fireworks display here at Citi Field last night. It was much more tempered than that. No explosions here. And the Mets will play on the 4th of July here. Last night, Matt Harvey had a rough night, and he has certainly been a huge story for the Mets so far this season. But the rest of the Mets starting pitching has also been on a terrific roll, and Dylan G has been a big part of that.
Well, Dylan G now is one game from getting back to 500. This will be his 17th start. Remember, he started the season, his first 10 starts, he was 2-6, and then all of a sudden there was talk of him going to the bullpen. Well, he's picked it up then. His last 6 starts, he's gone 4-1, and as I said, he is looking to even that record. Career starts against Arizona, 3 starts, he's 1-1.
Last start, a victory against the Nationals. He's throwing harder right now than he was earlier in the season, and he's picked it up with the strikeouts as well. So G goes this afternoon for the Mets. Ian Kennedy will pitch for the Diamondbacks. 2 years ago, he was a 21-game winner, but things have not gone well for Kennedy so far this year.
Well, he finished 4th in the Cy Young that year, 2 years ago, when he won 21 games. He hasn't pitched that badly. He's a guy that's hit 9 batters this year. He's 4-0 against the Mets lifetime. That's a good sign for him. He's had 2 horrific starts where he gave up 6 runs in 5 innings, and then in St. Louis in June, boy, he gave up 10 runs. So that's why the ERA's jacked up. He's a guy that throws strikes, sinker ball pitcher, gives up a lot of home runs.
So the Mets and Diamondbacks on the 4th of July. Mets with a chance for a winning homestand with a win this afternoon at Citi Field. All the action coming your way today right here on SNY. Farm. Today's State Farm agent of the day is Pat Cawley of Glendale, New York. Contact Pat's office at patcawley.com. By Audi, Truth in Engineering. By Grown Ups 2 in theaters July 12th. And by Modell's. Visit models.com and gear up. You can send David Wright to the 2013 MLB All-Star Game. Vote on Mets.com and select Mets as your favorite club to be eligible for daily prizes, a meet and greet with David Wright, and an exclusive ticket offer. Voting ends tonight. Here's your Mets upcoming schedule presented by the Hospital for Special Surgery. You can listen to all Mets games on Sports Radio 66 and Sports Radio 101.9 FM WFAN. Mets begin a 9-game road trip leading up to the All-Star break tomorrow night in Milwaukee. 3 with the Brewers, 3 in San Francisco against the world champions, and then 3 in Pittsburgh against the team with the best record in baseball. Mets wearing special caps on the 4th of July, white with the stars and stripes. Dylan G hydrating on a hot day in New York, getting ready for the start. Mets and Diamondbacks on the 4th of July. First pitch coming right up. Back in there after getting a day off yesterday, leading the National League in RBIs. Gerardo Parra back in for the first time since Monday. Remember, he slammed into the warning track and cut up his face and his arm, so he is back in there. Day off for Miguel Montero with a day game after a night game, so Will Nieves will catch. Dylan G on the mound for the Mets, trying to even up his record at 7-7.
Well, we talked in the open about Dylan coming back in his last 6 starts, really pitching well. He had the one bad start in Philadelphia, and Philadelphia and Ryan Howard seemed to have his number. And ironically, the one loss over those 6 starts, he lost a tough one. He went 8 innings, so gave up 2 runs and sucked up an L. And we'll look at the Mets' Lexus defense, and Recker has earned himself a little more playing time. Has he not hit the home run in the first game of the series that got the Mets on the board off that tough second game, Corbin, off the left-hander Corbin, their ace. Satin, Murphy, Quintanilla right. On the infield, Young, Lagares back in the lineup, and Bird and right.
Well, these two teams finished playing about 12 and a half hours ago in a rain-delayed game last night into this morning, and now right back at it this afternoon. Tony Campana, who made his Diamondbacks debut yesterday, went 0 for 4, but stole a base and threw out a runner at second base. And the speedster will lead off against Dylan G. And the first pitch on this 4th of July is a fastball in for a strike. 0-1. Campana, then Martin Prado and Paul Goldschmidt for the Diamondbacks, who begin the day 2 games over 500 and 2.5 games in the lead in the National League West.
Well, Campana did not get a hit in his first game, first time in the lineup since his call up, but he did score a run, leadoff walk.
Slow ground ball, got to hurry with Campana running, and Murphy double clutches and he loses the play, and that's what speed will do. Murphy knew he had to hurry, and because of that, unable to pull it out of the glove cleanly and loses the play.
Yep, it's called the exchange, and was that one little double pump. You can see when he pulls it out of the glove, it doesn't quite have it in the palm of his hand to throw, and that's all it takes. Campana hustling down the line.
Error charge to Murphy to start the game. Campana may be the fastest man in the major leagues. And if he can find his way on base, he can be a big boon for this Arizona team. And he's on base to start this game. Now Martin Prado moved up to the 2-hole today. Campana stole his first base of the year last night. He's got 55 career stolen bases. This is a guy who has fewer than 325 career at bats. So when he gets on, he generally tries to run. Prado 4 for 9 in this series, and G checks in on Campana. Prado playing second base today after playing third base in this series. Hit a home run against Jeremy Hefner on Tuesday night. Campana's in motion. Recker with a good throw on one hop, but dropped by Murphy, and safe is Campana.
Well, tough play for Murph there. I know the fans are kind of moaning and groaning here, but this is an in-between hop. Fastball right down the middle. Good ball for Recker to throw, and a good throw would have had him. But a tough chance for Murph.
Well, it appeared that if he caught the ball cleanly, he might have had a shot at him.
Yep.
But the ball slipped out of the glove. It will be a stolen base for Campana, so he's now 2 for 2 for the Diamondbacks, and a rough beginning to the day for Murphy. Campana at second with nobody out, a 1-strike count to Prado with Paul Goldschmidt, the National League's leading RBI man, on deck. And Prado lines one, and Murphy able to snag it and gets the double play. Third time's the charm for Murphy. Snagged it in the webbing, 2 men down.
Well, nice leap by Murph. Campana did not freeze. Easy double play. So you want to check where that ball's hit, know where your second baseman's at. He knew, he saw, he just didn't think Murph would have the leaping ability.
Well, the afternoon has gotten off to an entertaining start for Daniel Murphy. Error, drop on a potential steal, and then a brilliant leaping grab to start a 4-6 double play.
Jumping Johnny Hawkins right there.
Yes, indeed. So 2 out and nobody on for Goldschmidt, and he takes a fastball for a strike. Goldschmidt got the night off last night. Did come up as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning and fly it out. 2 for 11 in this series. 20 home runs. That's 4th in the National League. 69 RBIs. Leads the league. And G jams him, and he fouls it back. 0-2.
Talked with Bob Brenly before the game. Bob, of course, the former manager of these, managed the World Championship team here in Arizona. He's doing the TV now for the Diamondbacks. He said it's Goldschmidt's first little dry spell where he hasn't looked good at the plate.
Breaking ball hit on the ground is short, comes up for Quintanilla, and he makes the play on Goldschmidt to end the inning. So an inning that began promisingly for the Diamondbacks disappears into the glove of Daniel Murphy. Murph starting the line drive double play gets G through the first.
Temperature in the upper 80s. Here's your Geico Mets starting lineup today. Anthony Recker gets a start behind the plate for the second time in the last 3 games. Juan Lagares back in center field after Kirk Neuenhuis played there yesterday. Mets have won 11 of their last 18, and today they face 28-year-old Ian Kennedy.
Well, you see his numbers. And the stats brought to you by Toyota. Doesn't walk people. Boy, he's given up a lot of home runs, though. He's given up 15 home runs in those 89 innings, and he's hit 9 batters.
Eric Young leads things off and takes a strike. Young hitting .333 in his 14 games as a Met, .267 overall. He continues to do a job in the leadoff spot. Not stealing bases in the leadoff spot, but certainly getting on base and driving in runs. A ball and a strike to Young with Daniel Murphy and David Wright to follow.
There you go.
Dressed for the day.
In the spirit. And one of those 9 hit by pitches, Gary, was got him a suspension.
Well, it's been a star-crossed year for Kennedy in many fashions. He hasn't pitched particularly well. His walks are up. His strikeouts are down. Keith mentioned his home runs are up. Led the league in hit batsmen last year, and he's leading again this year. So he's a guy who will pitch inside. That's part of his history. But he threw 1 errant pitch too many when he drilled Zach Greinke and led to a huge brawl between the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks.
Well, the hit to the head. Yeah, I believe all in retaliation, but I've never condoned head hunting.
And he strikes out Young to start the bottom of the first.
And we're going to have Ralph Kiner in the booth today. I'm sure Ralph can chime in on that. Ralph played in an era where there was a lot more throwing at hitters than there are today. Probably more than my time also.
Well, Kennedy had already hit Yasiel Puig in that game, and then there was retaliation. Montero got hit in the back, and it looked like the whole thing was done. And then Kennedy went the extra mile and hit Greinke, who had hit Montero, and that inflamed the whole thing, and Kennedy wound up with a 10-game suspension. Daniel Murphy, who homered last night, pops up on the first pitch he sees, as he did last night, and the left fielder Cody Ross puts it away, 2 out.
We'll take a look now real quickly at the front-running Coors Light Diamondback defense, and Parra back in the lineup. That sensational attempt on that to catch that ball where he scraped himself up pretty badly. Had to leave the game. He's back in the lineup. Of course, a Gold Glover. Just really a tremendous effort. There he is.
Hand is still bandaged from that spill he took on the warning track in the opening game of the series.
No, he was lucky it wasn't an old Stade Olympique when you had the AstroTurf and the rubber synthetic warning track. Yeah, remember that?
Yeah, they had that at Dodger Stadium too.
And that's where the manager of Cleveland, Francona, Terry. That's where Terry was off to a great start, 300 hitter, and he tore his knee up going back to the wall against the Mets, I believe, or it was the Cardinals. Not sure which team I was on, but I was on the opposing team. Tore up his knee. Was never the same.
Kennedy quickly ahead on David Wright 0-2, and he misses high with the fastball. David's done well against Kennedy in the past, 4 for 11 with a couple of home runs, despite the fact that Kennedy has won all 4 of his career starts against the Mets. Patriotic fan.
Well, I must say, the first half of the season now, this is the 82nd game, so we are officially at the gate for the second half, and David Wright has had himself. Very nice, sir.
Did you know the guy was here? That's the guy.
What's the guy called? nice socks. But David's had himself a pretty steady first half.
Well, here's that up and in from Ian Kennedy. It's part of his game.
That was a slider. Mm-hmm. That was a backup slider. You know, if you remember last year, Ike Davis just hit 2 bombs off of him in Arizona, back-to-back, I believe. All fastballs, same pitch. Talk about stubborn.
Seventh pitch of the at-bat from Kennedy to Wright. And again up and in, this time with a fastball. And that'll get your attention.
Well, that's all fair. You want to pitch inside. And David, the book on David's in. Look at the catcher set up in. You don't want to miss in. So this is all fair game as far as I'm concerned.
Well, best response is to hit it hard somewhere. And David does, but right to the second baseman Prado to retire the side. 1-2-3 go the Mets in the bottom of the first. No score after one.
Three outs away from perfection. The first out was easy enough. Leron Lee was next. Lee's single to center halted the no-hit effort. Seaver induced Colbert to ground into a game-ending double play to preserve the shutout and the fourth one-hitter of his career.
Eric Chavez leading off the second. Grounds the first pitch to Josh Satin, 1 out. Klondike bringing us this date in Mets history, 1972, 4th of July.
All Tom had to do was get into another uniform to get his no-hitter.
Well, he had 3 efforts for the Mets in which he carried no-hitters into the ninth. Of course, the most famous one in 1969 with Jimmy Qualls breaking it up with 2 outs to go to a perfect game. Leron Lee with that hit against Seaver for the Padres in 72 on the 4th of July. And then Joe Wallace broke up a no-hitter in the ninth inning at Wrigley Field against Tom. Difference there is it was a scoreless game in the bottom of the ninth, so even had he gotten through 9, there was no guarantee he would have gotten a no-hitter. Cody Ross leading off in the second, or up second in the second.
Wasn't it Harvey Haddix who had the no-hitter that went into extra innings?
Well, innings perfect.
And he lost, I believe.
Indeed. Quintanilla circling around the ground ball, throws out Ross 2 away. It was against the Milwaukee Braves. Harvey Haddix pitching for the Pirates, and they broke up the perfect game in the 13th, and then so Joe Adcock hit the ball over the fence, but then passed Hank Aaron on the bases, and they only got 1 run out of it. Anyway,
really?
So he went 12 perfect innings, retired 36 in a row, but did not get credit ultimately for a no-hitter.
And that Milwaukee Brave ball club was quite a powerhouse of a lineup. Harvey was a little guy, slight guy.
Here's Gerardo Parra, who got shaken up on the warning track on Monday, chasing an Omar Quintanilla triple. And he takes a strike from G. Parra hitting a .301, but he's had a rough road trip, just 4 for 28. Of course, this Diamondbacks team has had a rough road trip. They've gone 2-7 on this trip. That's what made that win for them so huge last night in beating Matt Harvey. Little looper over short, but Quintanilla back to get it. It's a quick inning for G. Throws just 5 pitches to set the side down in order. We go to the bottom of the second on the 4th of July. No score. Game Day on SNY.TV, featuring pitch-by-pitch coverage, player cards, and in-depth stats. Check out SNY Game Day during every Mets game. Now on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. Marlon Byrd leads off the home second inning. Marlon 5 for 15 in this series. Had himself an unexpected first half. 12 home runs, 40 runs batted in. For a guy who came off the scrap heap to join the Mets this year. And he has the first hit in this game as he drives one to right center. And Byrd is aboard to start the home second.
Well, Marlon just continues to be consistent at the plate. Getting his base hits, getting his clutch hits, little leg kick, fastball down the middle, ball you can pull or play the other way. And he opts to go total right center field.
So the Mets have the leadoff man on, and now the red-hot Josh Satin, who last night added to his resume his first Major League home run. He's hit in 9 straight games, hitting .412 over those 9 games, and just continues to produce day after day. .491 on base percentage, .600 slugging percentage. And he pulls one foul, and that's rare for Satin, jumping on the first pitch.
Well, the book on Kennedy is that he likes to throw his fastball. Not afraid to throw it. That's why he's given up he's given up 15 home runs in 89 innings. That's on a pace over 30.
Got knocked out in the 5th inning of his last start in Atlanta last Saturday. Gave up 4 runs and 5 hits, a no decision game for him.
Good change there, sinking change. Watch the ball just sink here. Little turnover, nicely done. Got under the bat.
2 years ago, Kennedy had a career year, 21-4, 2.8 ERA. Last year won 15 games, but his ERA jumped more than a run. And this year, more than another run, up over 5.3 as the day begins. Satin hooks one in the air to left. Cody Ross drifting back. And onto the warning track to grab it. Tagging at first, Byrd trying to move up a base and stays on the bag. Nicely done by Marlon Byrd.
Well, a good throw gets him. A little out in front there, got fooled in the change, let go with one hand of track power there. If the throw's on line, he's got a shot to get Marlon, but Marlon realizing the ball's going to get caught. He'll come out here, watch. He knows it's going to get caught. I'm going to go back and see if I can tag.
Ross was in pretty good position to throw. And Byrd able to keep that hand on the bag as Prado went to make the tag. So runner in scoring position with 1 out. Now Anthony Recker. Recker started 2 nights ago and had a home run and an RBI single. So Recker getting his second start in 3 days, just his 16th start of the season for a guy who's been here all year.
That home run was in the bottom of the 5th off Pat Corbin in a scoreless game, so got the Mets on the board.
And then remember, right after that long rain delay, he came up with the bases loaded, got another base hit to drive in a run in that 7-run 7th inning. And Kennedy falls behind him 2-0. Terry Collins has said in the last couple of days that playing time might balance a little more. Buck has been playing 6 games out of 7. Buck, ironically enough, last night probably swung the bat better than he had in a month. Hit 3 balls hard.
Good cut right there in the fastball. Kennedy came over to Arizona back in the offseason of '09 and involved the Yankees and Detroit.
That was the deal that sent Max Scherzer from the Diamondbacks to the Tigers. Scherzer now 13-0.
And Curtis Granderson came from Detroit to the Yankees. Austin Jackson and Phil Koch went over to Detroit. It was a big trade.
And in its own way, it's worked out for all 3 teams. Recker lifts one along the right field line, and Parra is there. Tagging at second is Byrd, but he's not going to move. Parra's got a very strong arm. That's the 2nd out. So 2 away. Bird still at second, and now Omar Quintanilla. Omar is 5 for 12 in this series and has driven in 3 runs. Continues to play every day at shortstop. While Ruben Tejada now toils down in Las Vegas, trying to come back from his quad injury.
Well, Quintanilla had a little bit of trouble last night. He struck out 3 times, 0 for 3, all on changeups. Now Kennedy has a good changeup. Let's see if they go back to the well here. There's a changeup. Gave it away too. Kind of telegraphed it. Now, I will say, Randall Delgado last night, the winning pitcher for the Arizona, was very impressive.
Their first winning starting pitcher in more than 4 weeks. Imagine that. They went 24 straight games without a starting pitcher getting a win. It matched the longest, it was one shy of the longest such streak in National League history. Joe to Quintanilla with Juan Lagares on deck. Speaking of starting pitchers and quirks, Ian Kennedy pitching today here in Citi Field. He hasn't started a home game since May 15th. This is his 7th straight start on the road.
Wow.
Part of that because of the suspension. He missed a start that would have been at home. He also missed one when he cut his finger. He was washing a knife in the sink, just trying to help out around the house, and he cut the finger on his pitching hand.
You see, that's just not a job for men. They're always going to get hurt in that doggone kitchen, I'm telling you.
I think you should stop right there. I'm just saying.
I don't like to clean knives, let me tell you.
There's a fastball by Kennedy. Quintanilla swings through it 2-2.
My knives are very sharp, and I've been known to cut myself too.
Well, that's what happened to Ian Kennedy, and he missed a start in late May because of that. And that's why now, that in the suspension, that he's starting for the 7th straight time on the road. First time that's happened to any major league pitcher in 12 years. And Quintanilla foul tips in, so he's a strikeout victim to end the inning. Second strikeout for Kennedy. We'll go to the third. Ralph Kiner will join us when we come back. No score at Citi Field. We're at the holiday with us. How have you been? We haven't seen you in ages.
Well, like I said, I've been in some trouble health-wise, and it's really nice to be back here in this ballpark and watch baseball live and listen to you guys in person. It's a real pleasure.
Will Nieves will lead off the Diamondbacks in the third. Now it's 87 degrees today, but I understand this is a cool day for you.
I've been in Palm Springs, and it was 118 the other day there, so I'm used to warm weather. But I love the expression. It's dry heat. It's hot. It's not dry heat.
It's like walking into a blast furnace.
That's right. It really is. But the weather there has been unbelievably hot.
Now, I know you've gotten a chance to watch the Mets on TV over the last couple of months, and the phenomenon that has been Matt Harvey. What have been your impressions watching Matt on television?
I'm no different than anybody else that watches him play and knows what's going on. He reminds me an awful lot of Dwight Gooden. Has a real good fastball, of course, and a curveball. And he also has the attitude of you can't beat me. That's really the best thing. And he got beat last night. But one thing about it, he is certainly a great potential. When they come down to pitchers, and the best pitcher I ever saw was Bob Feller. Feller was over 100 miles an hour, and he threw a big curveball. And also was wild enough to keep everybody loose.
He strikes out Will Nieves for the first out, his first strikeout.
Big curveball here, Ralph.
Real good breaking ball. You see the real sharp break, and the ball moving, and that's what you really want. You don't want those hangers.
Well, that's what Harvey gave up last night, the 3-run home run to Cody Ross. I don't know if you saw it. He hung a slider, curveball, belt high, inner half, and he hit a home run. He pulled it down the left field line. It was a 2-0 game, became a 3-2 Diamondback win. Lead.
Cliff Pennington takes out of the strike zone. Here's the home run by Ross.
There it is right there, Ralph, just hanging.
Ross has been around a lot, and he's had a reputation of having good power and being a potentially better player than he is.
I thought it was interesting listening to Matt Harvey's comments after the game last night about how the rain delay affected him. That he was all geared up and ready to go, and that maybe he had lost his edge a little bit by 9 o'clock when the game started.
You know, you can blame it on everything else, but the one thing about baseball is that when the ball is not thrown the correct way and the ball does not move the way you want it to move, then you have problems, and that's what Ross did. Took a non-breaking ball.
Back-to-back strikeouts for G as he gets Pennington 2 out.
Well, if the pitchers could put it wherever they wanted to all the time, Ralph, there wouldn't be any 300 hitters.
And that pitch all the time would be a tough pitch to hit. Right in the outside part of the plate, and the ball up and away.
So here's Ian Kennedy, 5 hits this year, lifetime 144 hitter. Meanwhile, Dylan G off to a terrific start this afternoon, continuing what he has wrought since his game at Yankee Stadium in late May, when he struck out 12 against the Yankees, and he seems to have taken that and run with it, except for that little hiccup against the Phillies.
Well, the Phillies seem to have his number, and certainly Ryan Howard has his number. Hit 2 home runs off him on that game. Good breaking ball he's got going today. He's really got it working.
Well, that's Will Nieves, the catcher, taking a little snooze between them.
I've never seen that.
It's like Ernie Lombardi.
Has he got a headache?
Now, you just said something derogatory toward Ernie Lombardi.
No, I didn't.
I did.
Gary did.
There was that famous play where they called it Lombardi's snooze when he didn't tag out a runner who was coming to home plate.
But Lombardi was one of the great hitters that ever was around. Of course, he was the slowest runner that ever played in the major leagues. And they played the outfield and infield deep as it could be.
G strikes out the side in the third inning. G off to a terrific start. No score at Citi Field.
Supposed to play a simple night game with a 4th of July fireworks show to follow over Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. What followed was a 6-hour, 10-minute game that went 19 innings, and that does not include a pair of rain delays totaling more than 2 hours themselves. The Mets managed to bang out a franchise record 28 hits and then nearly blew 3 extra inning leads before hanging on for a hard-earned 16-13 victory. The most exciting win most Mets fans never even saw since the game ended just before 4 a.m.
Infinity bringing us this date in baseball history. And Keith, we've heard from you about that game in 1985. You hit for the cycle that day.
Yep.
Ralph, what do you remember about that game?
Well, the whole thing was it lasted a long time. I could break it down to just about that. And we had a cab lined up to take us back to the hotel. And the cab fare was something that was horrendous, because that thing kept ticking on. And I remember that the hotel was, well, it was impossible. They say the birth rate in the town went up on that night.
There's a story about it was a nursing home fairly close to the ballpark, and they were concerned about the residents there because they all got very, very scared because they were hearing fireworks at 4 o'clock in the morning. Thought that something really bad was happening.
They did continue the whole thing and do the fireworks that late.
Juan Lagares leading off in the home 3rd inning. And Lagares goes down on strikes. 3rd strikeout for Kennedy. 1 out in the home 3rd. 28 hits for the Mets that day. That's a club record.
The last 2 at bats for me, I went 4 for 10 with the cycle. I should have went 5 for 10. And Terry Tata cost me. I should have got that cycle in regulation. We won't go into that. But my last 2 at bats, I was so exhausted that I just rolled over 2 ground balls to second base. And the last one, I was so tired, I hit it to Glenn Hubbard at second, and I just hardly got to first base.
Tom Gorman went 6 innings and got the win, despite the spectacle of giving up the 17th inning or 18th inning home run to Rick Camp on an 0-2 pitch when Camp was one of the worst hitters in baseball.
And then, ironically, Camp made the final out, right? Ron Darling put him away.
Now, the oft recited fallacy is that Ronnie got a save. That's not actually true. He came in with a 4-run lead and gave up a run.
Right, and I made an error in that inning. I think it was an unearned run.
Duly noted.
I was tired. I couldn't even bend over.
Dylan G takes a strike. So he's down on strikes. Third straight strikeout for Kennedy. 2 out in the third.
I remember my father called me the next day, and because he was an old ball player, he knew not to call me until around 2 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern time. Called me from California and said, "What the heck is wrong with Davy Johnson?" He goes, "You got Carter with bad knees. He caught the whole game. How can you catch Carter on those bad knees the whole game?" Gary caught that whole entire game.
Well, he had a couple of rain delays to rest.
Yeah, he did.
You know, the longest game in innings played was 26. And both pitchers went the entire distance. And also in that ball game, there was no run scored. And that was the longest game ever played in innings played.
I think it was Joe Eschker.
Do you remember
and
those names?
Leon Cador. It was the Braves
right,
and the Dodgers,
yes.
right?
Yeah, you're right. And the reason why it was stopped was it was dark. They had no lights in those days, and it was black.
How long was that game when the Cardinal game that I played in when Big McBride scored?
It was 25.
25?
It was the longest game ever played to a decision. Eric Young takes up and in, 2-1. Young struck out his first time up.
I'd like to know who did Kiner's Corner after that game. If Ralph had a Kiner's Corner after that 25-inning game.
They didn't have television in those days. Thank God for that.
But I remember that 25-inning game with the Cardinals, Ralph. You had gone down to the to your little studio for Kiner's Corner, like you normally did, late in the ball game. And they kept showing shots of you sitting there waiting for Kiner's Corner. And finally, at 3:30 in the morning, you had Bake McBride on as your guest.
You know what the producer of that show did? He had bottles of beer laying on the floor all over the place like I was drinking the beer.
Prado squeezes the pop-up by Young. A 1-2-3 inning for Kennedy. On to the fourth we go. That's Ronnie at 3:55 in the morning, striking out Rick Kemp. And finally putting an end to the July 4th game well into July 5th.
Gosh.
The next game to be played here will be, well, the Futures game a week from Sunday, and then the All-Star game on the 16th. Tony Campana trying to bunt his way on. It's a foul ball. Recker throwing it down to first, but that ball was clearly in the batter's box. So Campana will come back to the plate. Campana reached on an error by Murphy, stole a base in the first inning. He got doubled off on a line drive, and Dylan G has not allowed a base runner since.
Looks like the cat in the hat.
Comes back. Corners are in against Campana with his speed. And G comes up and in. G struck out the side in the third inning, only the second time this year he's done that.
Struck out the side with an outstanding breaking ball.
It's 27 pitches in the first 3 innings for G. Slap to the left side. Tough play for Quintanilla against Campana's speed. Safe.
Wow.
And that's what he can do. Even on a routine ground ball, Campana able to beat it. First hit off Dylan G.
I'm telling you. I mean, Quintanilla does everything he can possibly do. Watch him. He charges quick. He comes in and gets it and throws on the run. Boy.
Mike Everett with the call at first base. I mean, this kid can just fly. So now Martin Prado, who lined into the double play his first time up on a brilliant leaping grab by Murphy at second base. Campana stole the base in the first inning. He went on first pitch. See if he does the same here.
He has a short lead, as a matter of fact.
We'll take a look at the play at the first. Let's see. And the call is correct. He beat it by a half step. Boy, I wish I could have run like that. Ralph, you probably too.
Yes, I could
That'd
too.
probably have been around another 100 hits for us in our career.
But you know what? He probably wishes he could have hit like you guys. We always want something we can't have.
Well, you know, then there's the Clementes who can run. Hank Aaron could run. Willie Mays, Mickey Mantle.
Well, Charlie Finley had a guy that only ran.
That's right.
Herb Washington was a sprinter. Wasn't even a baseball player.
Oh, it just missed by much. Looked like Recker thought it was a strike. His reaction here. This is that good curveball Dylan's got working for him. That didn't miss by much. Jeez, what are we going to do? Get a strike?
It certainly looked like a strike.
That was a piece of the home plate.
Got to give me that pitch, Ump. Come on.
1-1 to Prado. There goes Campana. Recker's throw is perfect, and Campana is tagged out. You can't make a better throw than Anthony Recker just did, and Campana's gunned down.
Well, the first inning, Recker had made a tough throw to Murphy. Would have had him, but this time makes the perfect throw.
Boy, that is really perfect. I like that.
And
Well,
Campana tried the old okey doke, but that didn't work.
Yeah, so whenever they try the old okey doke, you just tag them. Just go get them. Don't fall for all that shenanigans.
So 1 out and nobody on. And now G falls behind on Prado, 3-1. First 3-ball count of the afternoon for G, with Paul Goldschmidt waiting on deck. Well, Campana's game is speed. He's going to run at every opportunity. That time he was had. Prado hits it out to right, and Marlon Byrd's right there. 2 out.
Well, we'll take a look at the footwork. With no wasted motion.
One step and fire it down there, and a perfect throw.
That is picture perfect fundies, and Murph, just go get him. He does that stuff, just go tag him. You got it. Go take that act to Broadway.
So Campana's been on base twice. He's been erased both times. And G gets ahead on Goldschmidt with a slider, 0-1.
Boy, I tell you.
That was a good slider right there.
He's got it working. He has got it firing.
That was major league right there.
Well, for a guy who's pitching with tendonitis in his forearm and been troubling him from time to time this year. G seems to be operating at a higher level than he has in a long time. Stays with the slider. 2 balls and a strike. Eric Chavez would be next. And Goldschmidt bangs one off his leg, a foul ball. 2-2.
You know, the thing about baseball, it changes all the time. And one of the changes in baseball that has changed since I was playing baseball and broadcasting is the fact that you see more and more left-hand pitchers in the game. In the old days, you saw one really good left-hand pitcher, and in the days right now, you might see 4.
Well, the Mets just went through a stretch where they faced 11 left-handed starters in 15 games. That's high ball 4, and Goldschmidt's on with G's first walk of the day.
And you know, one thing about that is the fact that left-hand batters have always had some trouble with left-hand pitching. And with more and more left-hand pitchers in the game, left-hand batters are going to be maybe a screwer.
Here's Chavez, who grounded out to first base his first time up. You have to watch Goldschmidt at first. He's a big guy, but he can run a little bit. He's got 8 steals this year in 9 tries.
Grounded out to shortstop his first time up. They play him straight away with the second baseman deep back in the grass.
Strike with a changeup, and it's 1-1. Goldschmidt almost leaning the wrong way.
Outfield and center field very shallow.
And Chavez pulls one down the line. Foul. 1-2. Everybody in baseball wearing these special caps for the 4th of July today. It's been a long time since the Mets have worn a white cap. They had them briefly in the mid-90s. They wore them for about a half dozen games before they went in a different direction. These are for one day only. Now the 1-2, and curveball slips, and it's 2-2.
We had a pitcher on the Pittsburgh Pirates while I played there, and his name was G, not G.
Spelled the same way?
Spelled the same way.
Really?
And later on became a principal at a high school. Couldn't pitch.
That's a problem if you're a pitcher. Chavez goes down on the high fastball, and G has his 4th strikeout of the day. Still no score at Citi Field. Daniel Murphy leads off for the Mets in the home 4th inning against Ian Kennedy. Each team's had only one hit. Murphy flied to left on the first pitch he saw in the opening inning. Murphy right in Bird for the Mets in the bottom of the 4th. And Murph first pitch swinging again. This time drives one to right. But Parra gets back to grab it. One pitch and one out. Well, the All-Star game is coming up at Citi Field. 49 years ago, the only All-Star game to be played in Flushing was held in Shea Stadium's first season. Mr. Met was on hand. Juan Marichal wound up getting the win in relief for the National League.
Ron Hunt.
Ron Hunt, the first ever All-Star starter for the Mets. There's Mickey Mantle. All-Star game coming up a week from Tuesday here at Citi Field.
Of course, Johnny Callison was the hero of that All-Star game at Shea.
Johnny Callison was the hero of that game. And Callison was a player out of L.A., and the same scout signed him as signed me. Hollis Thurston, the pitcher, pitched for Brooklyn.
Don Drysdale started against Dean Chance in that All-Star game in '64. Played in the daytime back then. They didn't start playing the All-Star game at night until the '70s.
All the All-Star games were played in the daytime, and I don't know when that changed where the night ball came into effect.
I think it was in the early '70s that they changed that. But what's also notable about the way the All-Star game is played is Wright drives one to the gap in left center field, and he's got himself another extra base hit. Well, David had a home run and a double last night. He's got his 19th double of the year.
Well, David's been really consistent. Loves that ball down, Ralph.
And one thing about David is the fact that he got closer to the plate, and he pulls more balls now and hits the ball to left center field.
So David, the Mets have their first extra base hit of the game.
David, to me, was not helping himself by hitting deep in the batter's box. That way you have to hit the ball to right field, and it's harder to do that than it is to pull the ball.
So now Marlon Byrd, who had the first Met hit, a single to center field in the second. That one gets away from Nieves. He can't find it. Wright takes the turn at third, and he'll hold on there.
Well, this is going to be probably rolled a wild pitch because it's in the dirt, but very poor fundies by Nieves right there. Backhanding instead of getting in front. And it's okay to do that once in a while, but in the tight ball game, runner in scoring position, and you're going to let him advance to third, you've really got to be focused back there.
Well, early in this game, Kirk Gibson's going to play his infield back. Try and stay out of the big inning so it can concede the run on a ground ball.
Interesting that only the first baseman, Goldschmidt, is in. Really kind of in nowhere's land.
And Bird hits it to the right side. That'll get the run in. Prado throws out Bird. Wright comes in to score, and the Mets have a 1-0 lead. Double, a wild pitch, and a ground out produce a run.
You know, the one thing about hitting the ball like that by Bird, he made great contact and hit the ball the way you should. Right on the good part of the bat and hard to second base, and no result.
Ralph, we were talking about the All-Star game in 1964, but I want to talk about your biggest All-Star moment. Was it the home run you hit in 1950?
1950, I had a home run to tie the game in the 9th inning. I have a record that no one else has in the All-Star game. I had home runs in 3 consecutive games.
So I got to ask you the question. When you played the All-Star game, were you swinging for the tater?
Yes.
It was all or nothing.
All the time.
Well, weren't you always swinging for the home run?
Yes, I was. Home run hitters drive Cadillacs, and singles hitters drive Ford.
What are you talking about?
Well, no.
Well, what did RBI guys drive?
Well, the RBIs come with the home runs.
Let's see, 49 he hit one off Lou Brissy,
That's
the 1
right.
in 50 off Art Howdeman, and 51 off Mel Parnell.
That's right.
Parnell was a great lefty for the Red Sox.
Parnell, a great pitcher for the Red Sox. And Hodelman was the home run that tied the game in the 9th inning.
That was where, in Chicago?
So I'll go at the White Sox Park.
Comiskey, huh?
That might have been the greatest All-Star game ever played. He won 14 innings, Haynes hit the home run, and won the game. And it was about that time that the American League was beating up on the National League. And that game, the National League won and got back in the act.
Those things seem to run in cycles.
It does. Of course, my generation, it was all National League.
Strike 3 called. Satin is out on strikes, and the inning is over, but the Mets scratch out the game's first run. Well, Ralph, it was great having you back. We look forward to seeing you very shortly in the future.
You know something? This is fun.
Good. We should do it more often.
You've done this before.
I have. This is my 54th year, I think it is.
Bottom of the 4th. G has been right on top of his game so far this afternoon. He's given up just an infield hit, a walk, and 4 strikeouts over the first 4. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Bob's Discount Furniture, proud to be the furniture store of the New York Mets. G late getting back to the mound. I don't know if he was changing his shirt, which might be a healthy thing to do on a day like today. Temperature in the high 80s and very high humidity. I knew when Doc Gooden used to pitch on days like this, he'd change his shirt every inning because he sweated like no man.
Doc was like he jumped in the shower.
Cody Ross will lead things off for the Diamondbacks in the 5th. Diamondbacks have lost 8 of their last 10. They finally go home after the game today. The Mets are heading to Milwaukee to play the Brewers. The Brewers are playing in Washington today. They started that game at 11 a.m. in D.C. 11 a.m. Could you imagine if we were playing today at 11 a.m.?
I think you'd have to reschedule it to 1. What time did you get home last night?
I got home about 1:45.
I got home at 2.
Up at 6 and ready to go.
You were up at 6?
Yeah.
I had set my alarm for 7:45, and if it wasn't for that alarm, I would not have awakened. I would have been in big trouble.
Well, I can guarantee you without an alarm, I would have slept till about now. Ross tries to turn one around, pulls it down the left field line, and that'll go out of play. A foul ball.
Yeah, you know what? We're just up here. These guys have got to go out there and play.
The schedule that the Mets have gone through the last, really going back to the beginning of the last road trip, I don't know how these guys are doing it. You had the 4-hour rain delay in Atlanta with the doubleheader the next day. They ended up playing 3 games in 24 hours. You had the end of that trip where they played Wednesday in Chicago, Thursday in Denver, and then Friday night back here, then a day game the next day. You had a 13-inning game on Monday, and then long rain delays each of the last 2 nights. I know these guys are young and healthy, but that is a brutal schedule.
It is. And what, you mentioned the 3 time zones?
Mm-hmm. And they're going to do that again.
They're going to do it again
next month.
I will. I will experience it.
Oh, good. I'm looking forward to having you along. Ross fouls it back in. It's 3-2. Yeah, they Mets went the first 51 years of their history without ever playing 3 straight days in 3 different time zones, and now they will have done it twice in 1 year. They'll go from San Francisco to Minnesota and back home.
Right.
On the same trip.
Right, and no off day because the off day is being covered in a makeup game in Minnesota. That's
right.
Snow out.
3-2 the count to Ross, and he takes it high, ball 4. Second walk given up by G. So it's the 3rd time in 5 innings that the Diamondbacks have had the leadoff man on, but each of the first 2 times that man was erased. So now Gerardo Parra will get a soft liner to short his first time up.
It's always good to see Ralph, isn't it?
You know, it adds an entirely different dimension to our broadcast, and you know, Ralph is such a part of the fabric not only of Mets history but of National League history. And it was when the Mets put together their first broadcast team in 1962, they did it with very specific parameters in mind. They hired 3 announcers, one of whom had a national broadcasting reputation in Lindsey Nelson, as Parra tries to drag a bunt, and he gets it through the hole. How about that? Ross will go to 3rd. Parra heads to 2nd with a bunt double.
How about that? I've never seen that. I have never seen someone bunt this hard and get a double out of it to boot. Wow.
Just when you think you've seen it all. A drag bunt double.
Jeez.
For Gerardo Parra.
And he smelled it from the get-go. He had double on his mind. That is pretty amazing play right there. And that's no one's fault defensively. That's
Everybody
just
did what
perfect.
they were supposed to do. He just bunted it so hard and directly through that hole. So, Mets with a 1-0 lead immediately in jeopardy. 2nd and 3rd and nobody out. Will Nieves the batter. Nieves struck out his first time up. And that's it toward the middle, a base hit. Ross is in to score. Parra right behind him. It's a 2-run single for Will Nieves. The ball gets loose on the infield, but G backs it up. And the Diamondbacks go right in front, 2-1. So a bunt, a walk, a bunt double, and now a 2-run single by the backup catcher Nieves. And the Diamondbacks have 2 home.
Well, Nieves, his first ball, it's a first ball slider hitting. Excuse me. Jeez. Mumbling here, and the throw kind of threw it around the Mets. But a high slider. Look at the turn here by Parra. That's an outstanding turn. And just like that.
Didn't take long, did it? Walk to Ross, and now 2 pitches later, the Diamondbacks have the lead. Here's the number 8 hitter, Cliff Pennington.
Leadoff walks are always ominous.
And Pennington, first pitch swinging, flies one out to Lagares in right center. And that's the first out of the inning. So 3 straight hitters put in the first pitch in play. And G finally has an out. And now the pitcher will be coming up.
That is the 12th RBI of the year for Nieves in only 8 at bats.
Nieves is a guy who has been around forever. He's 35 years old, 6 different teams, lifetime 238 hitter, but this year he's hitting just under 400. So he's having himself an unusually successful offensive year. Now Kennedy, and Mets will look for the bunt. He struck out his first time up. Anyway, just to complete the thought on Ralph, when the Mets put together their original broadcast team, they wanted a national announcer. They brought in Lindsey Nelson, who had a reputation mostly as a football guy. They wanted a guy who'd been doing day-to-day baseball, and that was Bob Murphy, who had done the Red Sox and the Orioles. But they also wanted somebody who had a National League reputation, somebody who would represent National League Baseball coming back to New York, and that was Ralph, who had been such a great star with the Pirates.
What years did Dizzy Dean do Game of the Week? Do you remember? Was it in the 60s?
That was before I can remember. It had to be late 50s and into the 60s.
I think it was the 60s because I remember Dizzy Dean in the booth. He was quite the character. And that might have been the beginning. I mean, TV was just starting, and he might have been one of the first athletes, ex-players, to get in the booth.
Well, Joe Garagiola joined the booth with the Yankees, much to Red Barber's dismay in the 50s.
Red wanted a solo?
He just didn't like the idea of players being broadcasters.
Was he difficult for Joe? Did he make it difficult?
I think, from what I understand, Red was difficult for a lot of people.
Okay.
But he was adamant about the fact that ex-athletes couldn't be announcers. 1-2 to Kennedy, and he takes strike 3 called. That's the 5th strikeout for G, the 2nd out of the inning.
Didn't they once say the earth was flat?
I believe they once did. I believe that's been disproven.
Mr. McCarver kind of changed everything, I believe, as far as I'm concerned. I was a team that he was covering.
And I think preceding McCarver, I think Tony Kubek did a lot to advance the craft of the ex-player analyst.
And I think that Joe Garagiola did a wonderful job, too.
Tony Campana 1 for 2, had an infield hit his last time up. No, what the Mets did with their original broadcast team was spectacular, because those 3 guys were just the perfect fit for a new team. And Lindsey, Ralph, and Bob were the only voices of the Mets for their first 17 years. Imagine that, TV and radio. Usually 1 guy on radio, 2 guys on TV, and they'd switch as the game went along. And, you know, for people growing up in New York, like myself, with this new team, they were the sound of the Mets. For many people, they remain that sound. Dizzy started in 1952 on the national broadcast, and he went till 65.
Okay.
As a call strike. What I remember is Kurt Gowdy and Pee Wee Reese doing the games in the mid-60s.
Yep. Pee Wee was a good man. I remember Pee Wee, when I was coming up in the minor leagues and early in my career in the major leagues, he was with Louisville Slugger.
Because he was from Louisville.
Right.
1-2 to Campana, and the curveball misses.
Pee Wee was always very nice to me. Always nice to the minor leaguers. He'd come down and try to sign you to that contract for Louisville, and really that Adirondack was the only other competitor, and it just was coming in. Because basically Louisville had a monopoly on bats, I would think. And when Adirondack came in, I could never it had the ring around the just below the label. That's how you could tell it was an Adirondack. It was around a 3/4 of an inch ring in thickness, and it would be the color of your team.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. Little bloop, shallow right, and that's going to fall for a base hit. Nieves stops at second, and Campana has his 2nd hit of the game. So he had an infield hit in the 4th, and now a bloop hit here in the 5th.
Well,
what a strange inning this has been for Dylan G. By the way, our statistician Dave Freed looked it up. Earlier this season, Juan Pierre had a bunt double. Now, I don't know if it went exactly the way Pires did in this inning. So G hurting himself with a leadoff walk to Cody Ross, then Pires that strange bunt for a double. Nieves plates a pair. Now Campana with a 2-out hit. Diamondbacks have taken a 2-1 lead, and they've got Martin Prado coming up with 2 out and 2 on.
You just want to keep it a 1-run ball game here. It's a tough out. And Prado.
Well, everything was going swimmingly for G over the first 4 innings. Not so much here in the 5th. Prado was lined into a double play and flied out. 0 for 2. G and Prado have seen plenty of each other. Now 22 at bats for Prado against G. Just 4 hits in those 22 at bats. And G works him inside. Ball 1. The Diamondbacks 2 runs and 4 hits. The Mets 1 run and 2 hits. I want to hear something amazing. This is only the 3rd time in G's last 9 starts at Citi Field that he's given up more than 1 earned run. That's how well he's pitched in this ballpark. That goes back to the end of last year. Quintanilla is right and takes his time and throws out Prado. That retires the side, but the Diamondbacks played a pair. Will Nieves with a 2-run single halfway through on the 4th of July, 2-1 Arizona. Better.
Well, look, watch him cut the turn here to make this double. That's outstanding. Spada on that bunt. Now, right here, I'd like to see him more out here so they can make the turn, but he's just let it go, guys. He's looking over his shoulder, and he shouldn't, but he just makes a very tight turn. I used to always take my lead at second base 5 feet out into the outfield, not directly in the line. Why? That line I drew, you're 5 feet deeper, it allows you to make that sharper turn, and it's really not making any further distance from second to third when you're running to third. It just gives you a better angle to make that sharp turn. A lot of guys have got thrown out because of big wide turns.
Anthony Recker leads off the home 5th. For the younger viewers, does it make a difference whether you use your left foot or your right foot to hit the bag?
You know what? We were talking about it, and I'm trying to visualize in my mind. I mean, how many times did I run the bases? I mean, I scored over 1,000 runs. I had to make a lot of turns. I think Parra has it right. I think you want to hit it with your right foot. Right there. And I would love to get on the bases and just do it, you know, one day, and not. Hopefully, I wouldn't pull my hamstring.
We can arrange that.
It's funny how when you get out of the game, and how long have I been out of the game now? Think about that. My last year was 91 officially, but I was out all year with the back surgery. I didn't put a uniform on. So really the last time I had a uniform on was 1990. You're talking 23 years ago, almost a quarter century.
We've seen you on the field since then.
Well, it's not the same. Anyway, I don't count 1990. I was impersonating a major leaguer that year. I was finished.
That was your 1 year in Cleveland. Your last year here was 1989.
Yes, the broken kneecap that year, that just did me in when I collided with Dave Anderson, who did the Dodgers in that double play. And that was the end of me.
It was very disappointing to me because that was my first year, and I didn't get to watch you every day at your best.
And Gary, you would have loved me, I guarantee you.
You were kind of a sourpuss that year, I have to say.
Well, I wasn't happy. I knew my career was coming to an end. I saw, shoot.
Try hard the fifth inning recap. Will Nieves with a 2-run single for the Diamondbacks to give them the lead after the Mets scratched out a run in the fourth on an RBI ground out by Marlon Byrd. Mets facing Ian Kennedy, who has gone from 21 wins to 15 wins to this year only 3, but he has himself a lead this afternoon. And Recker pulls one down to third. It comes up for Chavez, and he throws on target to get Recker one away. SNY's Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com.
I love that super slow.
Omar Quintanilla struck out 3 times last night, struck out his first at bat today. Mets have had just 2 hits against Kennedy, a single by Bird in the second and Wright's double in the fourth.
No, Omar was.
And Omar takes one the other way, and that's a base hit. Chased to the line by Ross. And Quintanilla easily to second base. Ross bobbles it, no impact. And Quintanilla has his 5th double of the year.
Oh, good. He breaks that string of 4 straight strikeouts over 2 days. Nice hitting. Fastball belt high, outside corner, running away. Hit it right perfectly.
So now Juan Lagares, who has struck out his first time up. Tying run at second with 1 out. The pitcher G is on deck. And Lagares lays off. Ball 1. Lagares hitting just 194 with runners in scoring position, but he was below 100 for a long time. He's gotten some big hits over the last 2 weeks as his playing time has increased.
He's an aggressive hitter. He went through a little stretch here in this homestand where he's been swinging at first pitches out of the strike zone, and I just hope he doesn't put the reins on. He's been taking too many pitches lately. Pitches to hit. Don't listen to too many people. You know, as a young guy that swings the bat, now he's taking pitches.
Questioning that last call by Tim Welke, the home plate umpire.
And it was a strike. They want to go up and in here. No, you're going to set up away.
Kennedy ahead 1 and 2. Takes a look back at Quintanilla, who's not a base stealing threat.
That sign was for him to give the runner at second a look.
Prado creeping in. And Lagares fouls it off. Sunday, it's the Viewer's Choice Show. The crew answers all your Jets questions. Plus, Janae Coakley heads to California for a behind-the-scenes look at Camp Cromartie on Jets Nation. New episode Sunday at 7, only on SNY. One-two to Lagares, and he fouls away the fastball. Here's today's AT&T trivia question. I think we've already answered this one, so if you were paying attention.
Yeah, that's right.
Who was the first Mets player to start in an All-Star game?
And if you were really paying attention, all you diehard Met fans that never miss a broadcast, it was my first major league spring training roommate when I got invited to camp when I was 19 years old.
One of the Mets' first stars. Kennedy comes up and in and strikes out Lagares. Not the pitch he wanted, but he gets the result he wanted. 6th strikeout.
Catcher sets up away. Change up. Boy, he got away with that. Crowded him inside. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
So 2 out. Quintanilla is still at second, and it's left to Dylan G. He has 3 hits and 2 RBIs this season. Looking to pick up Quintanilla from second with 2 out.
And it's lined to center field, a base hit. Here comes Quintanilla around third. Campana unleashes the throw to the plate. Not in time. The game is tied. G down to second, and he is safe. 2-2. Dylan G drives in his 3rd run of the year and gets himself back even.
Well, try to get me over fastball to get ahead of the pitcher, and nice short stroke. Nice throw by Campana.
And then Nieves double clutched on his throw to second.
Now you notice why G's out, dead to rights, going to second, and you want with 2 outs here to draw the cutoff throw. If they draw the cutoff throw, the run scores. It could be a close play at the plate, and you're out at second. You got top of the order next inning. And if he'd have been running a little harder, he's just probably happy he got a big hit.
Well, now he's in scoring position, carrying the lead run, and Eric Young will try and get him in. Each team now with 2 runs and 4 hits. Young is 0 for 2. He's struck out and popped up. Eric has done a remarkable job out of the leadoff spot, driving in runs in his brief tenure with the Mets.
This is his weak side of the plate. He's a better right-hand hitter.
7 for 15 with runners in scoring position since joining the Mets. 10 RBIs in 14 games. It's a lot for a leadoff hitter. But he pops this one up. Playable in foul ground for Nieves. And that retires the side. But the Mets get even. Quintanilla with a double, and Dylan G with a 2-out hit to get him home. After 5, 2-2. tomorrow night. Sean Markham returns to his old haunts against Giovanni Gallardo, who's really had a rough year Saturday. And Jeremy Hefner against Willie Peralta, who might or might not start. He's got a hamstring injury. That will be Sunday as the Mets will take on the last place Brewers. And for more on that, let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin?
Well, Gary, you mentioned it. Zach Wheeler makes the start tomorrow. He's a little different than most pitchers. He throws his bullpen the third day after a start. You know, he told me that it's just the way he's been the last couple years. He started doing it. He said he likes it because he feels like his arm takes a little bit longer to recover, and then he could really put the full amount of work into his bullpen, and that it's never an issue on game day. His arm always feels fresh. So that's the routine he's gone with. The problem is, the routine this time for him didn't work. It wasn't because his arm didn't feel good. It's because he called his bullpen session today a waste. Asked why, he said, I couldn't do anything I wanted to do. Anything I wanted to work on, I just couldn't get it done. By the time I started to try to make any progress, I was up to my pitch limit and I was done. He was trying to get that location better. He said, I tried to come over the top and really get that fastball location. I didn't feel I did it. The really interesting thing about all of this is that Terry Collins is the one that told us to go ask Wheeler about his bullpen yesterday. But the first, I'd say, real sign of anger from Wheeler. He was, I would use the word, disgusted with his session yesterday. How that affects his start tomorrow, guess we'll find out.
And I think that was the point that Terry was trying to make, almost in some ways showing that Wheeler is not as even-keeled as he has been portrayed. And he talked about Harvey and Wheeler as guys who are never satisfied with what they're accomplishing, that they always seem to be a little bit annoyed. They always want to be doing better.
Well, I think the most important thing for Zach is tomorrow, the bullpen session's over. And how many times did I hear a pitcher tell me after a game he threw a gem that he come in and he said, I don't know how I did it. I had nothing in the bullpen. Then went out and threw a gem. So forget that. Don't worry about your command when you're pitching. It's the stuff you work on your side sessions in between starts. Get out on the mound, throw it, let it go. Let your natural ability take over.
G behind on Goldschmidt, 3-1, leading off the sixth. And Goldschmidt takes a rip at a fastball. The other thing that Terry said about, not just about Wheeler, but about young pitchers in general, he said, look, you have got to go with your strength. Don't give the hitter too much credit. Don't be so concentrating on what his weakness is. You go with what works for you. Goldschmidt muscles one to center. Lagares coming on. Can't make the catch. He trapped it. Goldschmidt takes a turn and holds it first.
Very risky play by Lagares there.
And he comes up limping slightly.
He's all right. His ball gets by him. It's a double. So he shows a lot of zest in his game. He plays it with enthusiasm, and he just has to make a little wiser choices in the field, what I've seen so far, particularly when you're in the sixth inning of a tie ball game.
I mean, he never had a chance to catch that ball. There are some where it's 50-50. That one from the get-go was going to fall. Goldschmidt aboard. Here's Eric Chavez, who's grounded out and struck out, and he lofts one down the right field line. Bird coming over to the sidewall, but that's out of play.
Gary, just wanted to add one thing on your point. What we talked about the other night on the broadcast is, end of that start for Wheeler the last time out against the Nationals, John Buck started calling a lot of two-seamers, sinkers, got outs. As we talked about, Terry hated it, and you just mentioned. So curious to see what the game calling's like. Curious to see who Terry puts behind the plate tomorrow night as well.
That is going to be interesting. That one's ripped into right field by Chavez, but over comes Bird to pick it off. And that's the first out of the inning.
Well, this is the bit of trouble inning for G, the sixth, and that's a fortunate rip right there, right at Bird. That could have been big trouble.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now Cody Ross, who walked and scored in the fifth inning, he's 0 for 1. Well, the Brewers just finished their game in Washington, that 11 a.m. game, and a typical Milwaukee Brewers 2013 game. They got home runs from Carlos Gomez and Yuniesky Betancourt and lost 8-5.
Well, I've been on those teams early in my career in St. Louis. Good hitting and not enough pitching.
I mean, they have got some guys having great years. Gomez front and center. The former Met has been close to the best player in the National League this year. But also the shortstop, Gene Segura. The leadoff hitter, Nori Aoki, has been terrific. Ramos Ramirez is having a good year offensively. Even with Ryan Braun out of the lineup, it's still a very good offensive team. But their pitching has been dreadful. Led by their ace, Giovanni Gallardo. We showed his numbers before. He's not had a good year at all. 0-2 to Cody Ross.
Threw that fastball right by him. Looked like he was looking for a breaking ball. Trying to go the other way. He's on top of the plate. He just gets beat.
Well, the 6th inning ERA has not been good for G this year, or the 5th inning for that matter. Gave up a run in the 5th, 2 in the 5th. Now 1 out and 1 on in the 6th. 0-2 coming to Ross, and the breaking ball fouled off. Again, the 0-2. The runner goes. It's hit on the ground to right at third. He'll have to go to first with it. Nice backhand stop by Wright. And he gets Ross for the second out as Goldschmidt, who was in motion, moves up. Let's check in with the studio. Chris Carlin is there for this game break presented by your Tri Honda dealer. That is a huge addition for the Nationals.
Yes.
Wilson Ramos has been out for 2 months, finally back from a hamstring issue, and boy, did they need him. Kurt Suzuki had been wearing down playing every day.
Well, we also talked about getting Bryce Harper back. His first at bat last couple of 4 games ago was a home run.
Here's Gerardo Parra, who had that bunt double his last time up that keyed a 2-run 5th.
I'm still looking for the Nationals to get a streak going, get hot. They have just been kind of chugging along at 500, just treading water the whole first half.
Well, they've again edged 1 game over with that win today, 43-42, 6.5 behind Atlanta.
What, 19 times now they've been at 500.
1-0 to Parra, and the curveball in for a strike. You're talking about Milwaukee. It's been such a strange run for them the last couple of years. 2 years ago, they won 96 games and won the National League Central. 83 wins last year, and this year they've just tanked.
That was the year they lost to the Cardinals in the playoffs.
Lost in the NLCS, yeah.
To the Cardinals.
To the Cardinals, right.
I will never forget that last game when they were going down the 9th inning and they had a pitcher. Maybe our director Bill Webb was doing that game, I'm not sure, but there was a pitcher of Braun and Prince Fielder together on the bench in the 9th inning, and they were 1 out away from defeat and losing, and they were laughing.
That, of course, was Fielder's last game with the Brewers before he left for the Tigers. Grounded down to Satin at first, and he'll take it himself to retire Parra. So G works around the leadoff hit in the 6th inning. Mets come up in the bottom of the 6th with their big hitters tied at 2. Ballpark. Got your peanuts, got your dad. All's right with the world. Got a dress for the occasion. Hello, Uncle Sam.
I can still remember when I was a kid going to the ballpark with my dad and watching the Giants play in the early 60s with my father and my brother. It was like going to school. My dad was instructing and telling us to observe, and if something was a play happened, he would explain it to us. It was we were being coached by my father.
You weren't wearing a flag shirt at the time, were you?
But I was not.
No. Times have changed. We go to the bottom of the 6th in a 2-2 game. Daniel Murphy leads off. He swung at the first pitch both times, fly to left, line to right. This time he takes a breaking ball for a strike.
Look at the mustache. It's Charlie Weaver on the left.
You know, I think after much thought over the last 7 or 8 months,
yes,
I think you made a good move.
Really? You like it without it?
Off the glove of Kennedy, but plenty of time to run after it. And he gets Murphy one away.
So you're getting used to it.
Well, looking back at that picture of you with the gray mustache, you look like an old man there. You look 10 years younger now.
An old man?
Well, in that picture.
That's a poor choice of words.
It's an accurate choice of words. I could have used something more descriptive that you would have liked less.
Oh, gosh. You can say anything you want, Gare. Your ace is with me.
Could have called you Der Alta. Here's David Wright, who doubled and scored a run in the 4th inning. By the way, speaking of 4th of July visages, you know, I know that you enjoyed it the last week when we were promoting today's giveaway item.
Yes.
The 2013 Mets All-Star gnome.
Yes.
Well, the gnome has arrived. We have the gnome, and it's quite a cute little guy.
It is. There he is. And we got it in the booth.
David takes a strike.
It's cute, really.
Yeah, it's like a little garden gnome. He's got the beard, got the little pointy hat.
The back says the 2013 All-Star Game.
He's got his ball on his bat.
And maybe the gnome needs to shave. It's a gray beard. He's got a gray beard.
That's perfect. But that's what a gnome is supposed to look like. Could you imagine if you grew a beard like that?
Well, I've always been tempted.
Might not let you in. Here's ball 4, and Wright is on with a 1-out walk.
There you go.
Picture that in gray or white. You'd be like Rip Van Winkle. That's the first walk given up by Ian Kennedy today. So the Mets have the tie-breaking run at first. Marlon Byrd at the plate. Now, if you're thinking about Wright trying to steal a base here, and he's stolen 14 this year, keep in mind Ian Kennedy is one of the hardest pitchers in baseball to run against. He has not allowed a stolen base in his last 30 starts, dating back to last year. And only 3 have attempted to steal against Kennedy.
David's been wearing those George Raft cleats, like spats.
It's a very short lead as Byrd takes a strike. Marlon had a base hit in the 2nd inning and then grounded out to drive in a run in the 4th. That's got a run in the 4th to take the lead. Fell behind 2-1, and then G's hit tied the game.
He's got his circle change grip all set. So he must not want to give away the changeup. And it's easier for him to switch to the other pitches. It is more of an intricate grip. And you think you'd have to fumble more and give it away.
Right. Pitchers always say that if you try to go from the fastball to the change in the glove, you risk flaring the glove, which gives it away.
And something that Rusty Staub always looked for. The hands of pitchers fumbling in the glove when they start their stretch or windup.
Right, not getting much of a lead at all against Kennedy. And Byrd fouls the slider at the plate, and it's 0-2.
Change up. Oh, it got him on the foot. Yeah. It's almost like a cartoon.
cartoon character, Yosemite Sam.
Speaking of bearded gentlemen.
Yes.
Oh, 0-2 to Bird with Satin on deck. And Kennedy checks in on right. Who's barely a foot and a half off the bag. The Mets 2 runs and 4 hits. The Diamondbacks 2 runs and 5 hits as we play in the 6th. Toward the hole, cut off by Chavez, gets the out at second, and Bird is on at first.
Well, one thing about Chavez, he's got a nice glove over there at third base. 2 good fielding third basemen in this ball game. It's serious.
He won 6 Gold Gloves in the American League. It's a while ago because he's had all sorts of back problems that short-circuited his star days, but he's still a very useful player.
Well, you know what? You lose your range when you get older. But anything you can get to, you never lose your hands. You know, maybe your back hurts and you don't bend over, or you can't break as quickly. Ball you got to 6 years ago, you don't get to. But the balls you get to, you never lose good hands.
Now Josh Satin, who's 0 for 2 today, started the day with a 9-game hitting streak, and he fouls off the first pitch away, 0-1.
This is the 3rd at bat for Josh, and remember he's 0 for 2 here. This is the first pitcher that's kind of befuddled Josh a little bit. Now, granted, he's going to have 2 more at bats. His day's not complete.
Five for 15 in this series. Kennedy keeping it away from him, a ball and a strike.
This is the best I've seen Kennedy pitch. I can see why he won 21 games. A couple of years ago, he won 15. I'm sorry, he didn't win 15 his first year. Or was it last year?
21 2 years ago, 15
right,
last year.
Exactly.
But he has struggled this year.
He's throwing a fine ball game here.
1-2 to Satin. Well, Kennedy, just 28 years old. First round pick by the Yankees in 06 out of USC. Never really got a chance with the Yankees before they traded him away to get Curtis Granderson.
That's right. He's another Trojan. His Jets school has put out more major league players. Southern Cal. See, I'd step out. I wouldn't want to see that wrapper coming across the mound. No thing. That's distracting. Timeout. Get that wrapper. Can't have it.
And that gets you in the line of vision.
I would not get back in the box until that blue. I would ask. I would go get the wrapper if it was not moving. Got to be focused on the point of release. That ball coming out of that pitcher's hand.
1-2, and Satin rifles a base hit. Josh Satin now has a 10-game hitting streak, and that moves Bird to second with the go-ahead run.
Well, as I was saying, folks, he had 2 more at bats. Look at this rip. He's very quick inside. Well, my Met fan friends out on the island and the areas here have been texting me about Satin, what they think about him. Everybody's excited about him.
You know, you see so many guys now trying to hit the ball into the ballpark, and Josh Satin is he knows what he is. He's a line drive hitter.
If he was a second baseman, perfect.
And he has played some second in his minor league career, but he has settled in lately as more of an outfielder / first baseman. Now Anthony Recker, who's 0 for 2, fly down and grounded out. 2 out and 2 on. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Each team now with 5 hits. Record chasing a fastball away, 0-1.
A little anxious there. Fastball out of the strike zone, away.
Had a really good at bat his last time up. Wound up pulling one on the ground to third and got thrown out. Recker's been with the team the entire year. And in more than 3 months, he's had only 57 at bats. It's an awfully tough way to stay sharp.
Well, he's got 3 home runs. 2 of those home runs were big home runs.
Batting here with 2 out and 2 on. And that nips the corner. 1-2.
Kennedy's got that outside corner on missile walk. Like a outside, like a heat-seeking missile. He's just painting the outside corner.
So now Recker has to hit out of a hole. 1-2. Just as Satin did before him. 2-2. Omar Quintanilla would be next. Mets are just 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position today, and the only hit belongs to Dylan G, who tied up the game with a 2-out single in the 5th. Two out, 2 on, 2-2 game, 2-2 to Recker.
Nieves, the veteran, having a chat. That was not a good changeup. He got away with a high changeup down the middle. You know, right now at this point in the game, tie ball game, every pitch is do or die. Win or loss on every pitch.
Kennedy about to throw his 90th pitch of the day. He threw 97 in his last start in Atlanta. Got knocked out in the 5th inning in that game. And he misses inside. Full count to Recker. So that'll get the runners in motion. Bird and Satin will be running with the pitch. Recker working a full count for a second straight at bat. And he lofts one foul. They'll do it again. Hot day on the 4th of July.
I always enjoy broadcasting day games. They're just so much more relaxed. It really is a game for the day, isn't it? Don't you feel that?
I just like the hot weather, day or night. 8th pitch of the at bat, but first I'll look in on Bird so he doesn't get too big of a jump.
Good day to get some sun.
Keep the air circulating.
You don't have all the music in the day game. You can sit and talk in between pitches, like we do, Garrett.
We do. Frequently. We get paid for that.
That's well, but on a par with us, we enjoy watching and the fans enjoy. It's a great game. Is it not?
They enjoy listening to you.
Well, no, they enjoy watching these guys play.
Oh, yes.
The people here don't hear us in the stands. They're not listening to our broadcast, are they?
No.
Maybe Howie and
only a lucky few. Recker battling hard, 3-2, and he fouls off another one.
And he's making them work. The one thing I see from Kennedy is doesn't really have a put you away breaking ball. Fastball, changeup. He'll sprinkle in some breaking stuff. I think that's why he gives up a lot of home runs.
This will be the 10th pitch of the at bat from Kennedy to Recker. Kennedy really slowing down his pace, conserving his energy, trying to find the pitch to get himself out of this inning.
There you go.
Many ways to stay cool on a hot day without the infernal air conditioning.
And trust me, folks, rain is not in the forecast today.
That's when an umbrella becomes a parasol. Strike 3 called. And Recker goes away angry. Punched out by Tim Welke. 7th strikeout for Ian Kennedy. And he wins that battle on the 10th pitch of the at-bat.
Good
Still
pitch.
2-2.
Good pitch. Pitcher's pitch.
This game is over. They'll be in Milwaukee for a weekend series. Friday Night Baseball on SNY, presented by Time Warner. Mets and the Brewers. Zach Wheeler makes his 4th major league start for the Mets. And one thing about the Brewers, pitching has been a little bit of an issue. Hitting, for the most part, is not. They've got some stars on their team, even with Ryan Braun injured right now, probably out to the All-Star break. Gary pointed out before, the one-time Met included in the Johan Santana trade, Carlos Gomez, has found himself. He has been on fire. He's had a great year, a career year at age 27. And I spoke to a talent evaluator who has seen Gomez for a while now, and I asked what he's seen from him back then, what he's seen from him now. He said, you know, when you looked at him back in the day, the one thing is when you scout Latin America, you look for those guys with that rare super fast twitch muscle ability. They're rare, and Gomez was in that group. And basically you take those guys and hope that at some point when they get older they pan out. Gomez is one of those guys. What that person told me is the thing about him that is amazing is he has found a way to add muscle, to bulk up without losing any of his quickness. He said, I still have him as a 70 on the speed scale. And just for those of you who don't know, scouts generally rank players all over the board using a number scale from 20 to 80. 70 is obviously exceptional with speed with Gomez. That's the one thing that's been impressive about him. He told me that his approach, though, is the same. He might even be more aggressive this year. He's swinging at more first pitches, more earlier in the count than he ever has before. But he's found a way to make it work for him. Boy, is he ever, Gary. His 13th home run today. He leads the league with 9 triples. There is maybe one other equation into this, and that is a little bit of luck. Long run for Bird, and he can't make the play. And Will Nieves, who has had a great year, stays hot. Just a final thought, Gary, on that. The luck factor may be a little part of this for Gomez. Batting average balls in play. His career average is around 311 this year. He's at 369. But nonetheless, he's been terrific. We'll see him tomorrow.
You know, he started to make strides last year as you look at Nieves legging out this opposite field double. Marlon Byrd making this sliding effort and just coming up short. Now the Diamondbacks have the lead run at second, but you know, it took a long time for Gomez. The Mets had him and they liked him, but they used him in the Santana deal, and the Twins had him for 2 years, and Ron Gardenhire could never figure him out. He just felt as though he was not ever going to be a disciplined player. But the Brewers have been patient with Gomez, and I think that's the key. Bennington hits it out to left center, easy for Lagares, and Nieves will have to hold at second, one away.
Well, a lot of times
pulling up the rear in the NL Central.
You can see they're having a horrible year, but getting back to Gomez, a little bit of a hot dog when he was here, a lot of mustard, but the one thing that stood out, and it's hard to find today, particularly in today's game, it was his speed. Now the question always is, how many times do I say in the booth, it got everything going for him, but can he hit? You know, will he develop into a hitter? If he develops into a hitter, it's going to be all downhill for him, and he certainly has. And a lot of guys are late bloomers, and he's a late bloomer.
Kennedy's showing bunt, which doesn't make any sense, and he does swing, and it's 0-1. Well, he spent 2 years in Milwaukee in 2010, 2011, and statistically did not show any signs of getting better. But then last year it started to turn. He had 19 home runs last year, stole 37 bases. They played him every day. His on-base percentage went over 300 for the first time.
And David's got to move back. I mean, like you said, Gary, even you said it's not a bunt situation.
There's no reason to bunt with one out.
No. Move back. I mean, now it's 2 strikes. He's going to move back. He should never have been in there. That's where he should have been from the get-go.
Anyway, the other thing about Gomez, of course, is he is a tremendous defensive center fielder. Might be the best in the league at this point, and that adds to his value.
He hits, he's a star. And guess what? He's hitting, and he's a star.
Now the 0-2 to Kennedy. And he just taps one foul at the plate.
I'm a bit surprised with his power. The 13 home runs.
Well, again, he had 19 last year, which was the first time he'd been
in a better ballpark for it.
Right.
I mean, he wouldn't be hitting 19 home runs here.
Well, the other thing to know is, you know, he came up very young. When he was with the Mets, he was 21 years old. He's 27 now in his 7th year. He's still very much in his prime.
Well, he's ready to hit his prime. 28 to 32.
And the curveball, strike 3 call. So G gets Kennedy looking, and 6 strikeouts for Dillon, and now there are 2 out of the inning.
Well, buckle your world.
So after the leadoff double by Nieves, he's still at second with 2 out, and it brings up Tony Campana. And this is one guy you have to play in against, even with 2 out and a runner at second. Satin back at first, but right in at third. Campana has reached on an error by Murphy, who tried to be too quick with Campana running, then got an infield hit on a routine grounder to short, and then blooped a single to right. So his speed has been front end centered today. However, he's also been caught stealing and been doubled off second on a line drive.
Pulled off that sinker.
Campana takes it high. One thing about Campana, though, he is not fast. And with a slow runner, Nieves at second, the outfield is able to play very shallow. So there's no guarantee he can score on a hit.
They're playing him as if he's a pitcher. I mean, look how far over to left field down the line Young is.
And the curveball drops in for a strike, and it's 1-2. He has struck out 7 this afternoon. Too high, 2-2. Martin Prado would be next. Mets have not let G go well past 100 pitches too often this year. 107 has been his high. About to throw his 97th pitch in this game. 2-2 to Campana, and he got him. Slider struck him out, and the inning is over. G works around a leadoff double in the 7th inning. He's thrown 7 terrific innings this afternoon, and the Mets and Diamondbacks tied at 2 as we reach the 7th inning stretch on the 4th of July. And to help us celebrate on the 4th of July, let's go to the Mets public address announcer at Citi Field, Alex Anthony.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your caps as we honor our great nation and all of the men and women who help keep us safe and free with the singing of God Bless America. Please welcome Master Sergeant Mary K. Messenger of the United States Army.
While the storm clouds gather far across the sea, let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for our land so fair as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Ladies and gentlemen, Master Sergeant Mary K. Messenger of the U.S. Army.
Marlon Byrd drove in a run with a ground out. Dylan G drove in a run with a 2-out single in the 5th to get the game even, and he has kept it even from the mound. Now the Mets will have the lower third of the order coming up against Ian Kennedy in the bottom of the 7th. Omar Quintanilla scored the tying run after doubling down the left field line with 1 out in the 5th.
Chavez in at the corner. There's the defense. No guarding the lines there, as we see so much of that today. It's just not in the program.
0-2 from Kennedy, and Quintanilla whacks it foul.
I just always feel, particularly lead off an inning, don't want to lead off double. Keep that double play in order. Don't want that runner advancing, getting in scoring position.
One and 2 to Quintanilla. Juan Lagares on deck. Then the pitcher spot. That's at the bullpen active. G is at 97 pitches through 7 innings. So Kirk Nieuwenhuis with a helmet on, a bat in his hands. Quintanilla hanging in. The Phillies just grabbed the lead in Pittsburgh for Cole Hamels. They've scored 3 in the 6th to go in front of the Pirates 4-2. Troy Hawkins, first man up in the Mets bullpen. 100th pitch coming up from Ian Kennedy. And Quintanilla fouls off the changeup. Mets worked some long at bats against Kennedy. Recker in the 6th inning with 2 out and 2 on, a 10-pitch at bat before he was caught looking, and that certainly boosted Kennedy's pitch count. Quintanilla was in an early hole, but he's fought his way to 2-2. Eighth pitch of the at bat. On the outside corner. Or did he? Oh, I thought he was about to put his hand up.
I did too.
Oh, that's a ball.
Let's see. Change up. Let's see. It's sinking. Good call.
It is a good call, but Tim Welke fooled me with the way he reacted.
I thought he was going to come up and raise the right arm.
I think he was ready to. Changed his mind, and that's ball 4, and Quintanilla is on. So a huge turn of events there. After Kennedy got ahead of Quintanilla 0-2, he issues his second walk of the game. And that'll get the Arizona bullpen working a little harder. They've got their lone left-hander Tony Sipp up with Nieuwenhuis on deck to pinch hit.
It's got to be a bunt here, Gare. Either that, there's no hit and run today. I mean, you might give the guy one, put a hit and run on first pitch. I think it's going to be a bunt. Tight ball game.
If he bunts and Nieuwenhuis comes up to pinch hit, they'll bring in the lefty, and then you have to presume that the Mets would use Andrew Brown at that point.
I don't think they're going to take Kennedy out. Do you? Nieuwenhuis hitting 140? I just don't think they're going to would do that.
I think with the pitch count at 104, it's likely. Now, Nieuwenhuis has gone back in the dugout, and Brown is coming out.
Another point, too, is if you get through Nieuwenhuis, you've got Young, who's a better right-hand hitter than left-hand hitter. Do you want to make 2 pitching changes?
I just don't know how far they're going to push Kennedy.
7th inning. Sorry, it's my old, I know it's 104 pitches.
His high pitch count for the year is 111, and that was back in early May. He's only gone over 100 pitches. This is the second time in his last 6 starts. So we'll see. Lagares has been up twice, struck out both times. And he swings and pops it up. In foul ground, Chavez tracking it. Out of play. So Lagares has a life at 0-2. Sunday, Cyclones baseball is back, but this season it wasn't an easy task. Get an inside look at how the organization overcame the impact of Hurricane Sandy, the major obstacles they faced, and the biggest change made to their home, MCU Park, on Mets Insider, presented by W.B. Mason, Sunday after the postgame on SNY. Go ahead run at first and nobody out. Again, Kennedy almost impossible to run on, and Quintanilla is not a base stealer. And knocked down by Nieves to keep Quintanilla planted at first.
Goodness. Cacophony.
Well, the pitcher has a lot of weapons at his disposal to slow down a running game. Kennedy uses a slide step. He holds the ball. Don't have to have a great move. Golf foul by Lagares. Still 1-2. Let's answer our AT&T trivia question. We asked you who was the Mets' first All-Star Game starter, and that, of course, was
our second baseman,
former roommate Ron Hunt.
You know what? We talked about Jason Isringhausen helping Parnell with the knuckle curve and totally turning Parnell's career around. Now, Ron helped me. You listen to the veterans. He helped me in other ways off the field, how to take care of myself with injury. The things you pick up from veterans are invaluable.
Lagares pops this one up into shallow center. On comes Campana to call. And that's the first out of the inning. So Lagares retired. Now Andrew Brown will pitch it. By the way, in 1964, Hunt was the starter at second base for the National League in the All-Star game played at Shea Stadium. And there didn't have to be any get-out-the-vote effort to get him in the game. Because in those days, the fans didn't have the vote. It had been taken away in the late 50s after the Cincinnati Reds fans stuffed the ballot box, and the National League president had to step in.
He stuffed it for who?
7 players. They got 7 starters. And
in what year was that?
1957, I believe.
Really?
And so they took the vote away from the fans, and they didn't get it back till I think it was 1970.
Were the Reds a good team then?
No, but their fans were zealous.
Obviously.
So now we've gotten back to ballot box stuffing. Taken the other way by Brown, and that's a base hit. Quintanilla takes a turn, but he'll stop at second. Throw comes in behind him from Parra, but Brown with a pinch hit single. And the Mets have the lead run at second base. So Terry Collins opted for a right-hand hitter, Brown, rather than the lefty bat, Nieuwenhuis, against the right-hander Kennedy, and it paid off for him. Now Eric Young will try and get that lead run home. Now they've got 2 relievers up in the bullpen for Arizona.
Nothing would please Dylan G. more than a nice run right here. He pitched a fine ball game.
Will Harris, the right-hander, joining Tony Sipp, the left-hander. But Kennedy will stay in to pitch to Young. 2 pitches shy of his season high of 111. Young is 0 for 3 today, struck out and popped up twice. Each team now with 2 runs and 6 hits. And Young takes the changeup off the plate for ball 1.
Well, I got to believe right here, if Young doesn't come through, this is the last man for Kennedy. They got to bring in Sipp to face Murph.
And then they'd have Harris to face right if necessary. Young skies one to center. Campana back. has plenty of room and runs it down, tagging at second. Quintanilla. Brown tags as well, and he moves up to second base. So both runners advance on the fly ball by Young. 2 out and 2 in scoring position for Murphy.
Well, you know what? It's a nice base running on the backside by Brown at first base. It's a high fly ball, and Campana cannot get in front to get momentum forward. Doesn't have a great arm. And second and third now. They're going to make a pitching change, as we said. They're going to bring in the left-hander. Maybe not.
It's Charles Nagy and not Kirk Gibson coming to the mound.
Wow, I tell you what. But you got a guy throwing a heck of a ball game.
And he's handled Murphy so far. Murphy's 0 for 3.
You've worked the heck out of Tony Sipp. So that's the big disadvantage of having, and we've seen it enough over the last, 4 years, Gary, 2 or 3 years back, having only one left-hander in the bullpen. Really puts your manager in a tough spot.
So a chance for Murphy here. Murphy is flied to left, line to right, and at a comebacker. He's just 3 for 16 in this series. Quintanilla the lead run at third, and Brown at second, with 2 down in the bottom of the 7th. With Troy Hawkins getting ready to pitch the 8th after G left for a pinch hitter. So Ian Kennedy will run his highest pitch count of the season. See what Murphy's done with 2 outs and runners in scoring position this year. And Murphy takes a fastball for a strike. Well, Murphy put a couple of first pitches in play today.
Interesting that he took. I was always in an RBI situation, first ball, fastball, hitting like a pinch hitter.
See, I think with Murph, he's made 2 outs on first pitches, and that's probably why he took the first pitch this time. Lays off the changeup, and it's 1-1.
Well, it's nice in these situations to have David Wright in the on-deck circle, giving you good protection. There's David.
By the way, Kennedy's career high pitch count was 122. It was last year in San Francisco. Probably a much cooler day than this. Murphy reaches for it and fouls it off, 1-2. Kennedy walked Quintanilla to lead off the 7th. That got him in trouble. Now he's 1 pitch away from getting out of it. 1-2 to Murphy. And the fastball up and in, 2-2. Quintanilla at third, Brown at second with 2 down. Strike 3 called. Murphy goes down looking at a fastball. Third meant to be called out on strikes with men on base in the last 4 innings. Still tied at 2.
Terrific pitch. LaTroy has pitched the first 2 games of this series. Had a day off yesterday. And you see his numbers, 306. He's been very serviceable, and it's brought to you by Caesars.
A lot of hits, but not very many walks allowed by Hawkins, who will face 2, 3, and 4 in the Arizona batting order. Prado, Goldschmidt, and Chavez. SNY Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com.
Well, you see the arm action of a pitcher throwing a baseball, and that's super slow, and you just wonder how the elbow just doesn't dislocate.
Prado today is 0 for 3. Hardest hit ball was his first time up. He had a rising line drive that Murphy was able to snag with a terrific leap and turned into a double play. Since then, he's flied out and grounded out 0 for 3. And Hawkins starts him off with a fastball for a strike. The most dangerous bat for the Diamondbacks, Paul Goldschmidt, waiting on deck, and then Eric Chavez. Well, Dylan G, another terrific outing. He'll get a no decision today. Prado fouls it off. G threw 97 pitches in 7 innings, allowed 2 runs and 6 hits, walked 2, struck out 7.
Well, there's the Hawk, who has surpassed Cy Young, correct? In appearances. Very upright, not a lot of push off, but comes right over the top.
This is career appearance number 909. Just off the plate, 1-2. I take that back. It's number 908. And you know what that does? That moves him into a tie for 21st place on the all-time list with his former Minnesota Twins teammate, Eddie Guardado, who is one of LaTroy Hawkins' all-time favorites. Everyday Eddie. Ground ball toward the middle, and Quintanilla can't get to it. Prado has a base hit.
Well, Prado, who has struggled here in this new digs in the Arizona Diamondback uniform, a big guy in that trade for Justin Upton. He swung the bat pretty good this series.
5 for 13 now, and the Diamondbacks have the lead run aboard, and Goldschmidt the batter, so a dangerous spot here for Hawkins. Goldschmidt singled to center his last time up. He's also walked today, 1 for 2, after getting a day off yesterday. Goldschmidt leading the National League in RBIs with 69. And takes a fastball for a strike. Paul Goldschmidt, just his second full season. 25 years old. And really has emerged in the first half of this season as a big bat in the middle of that Arizona lineup. And he takes a strike, and it's 0-2.
Been given Goldschmidt has been having trouble with the outside corner this entire series. Remember, first game, first at bat, he hit a 2-run home run on a fastball up and in. Since then, the Mets have been pounding him away and with breaking stuff away also, and been giving him a little difficulty.
Recker moves further outside, and Goldschmidt wouldn't chase that fastball. 1-2. Diamondbacks got both their runs in the 5th inning in quirky fashion. A walk and then the bunt double by Gerardo Parra setting the stage, and Will Nieves drove them both home with a single. And that's been it. Goldschmidt down swinging. Hawkins threw the fastball by him. That's the first out in the 8th.
Beat him big time inside and not a hard thrower. Threw it right by him.
So 1 out and 1 on. And now Eric Chavez. Chavez 0 for 3. Hit the ball hard his last time up. Lined out to Bird in right field. He's 3 for 15 in this series. Prado at first and 1 out. Recker setting up inside, and Hawkins misses inside, ball 1. Chavez 13 career at bats against Hawkins, 3 for 13 with a home run. Hawkins checks in on Prado's only stolen 1 base this year.
You got to keep an eye on those KG veterans, though. You know, it's the time to sneak one.
Recker's already thrown 1 out today, and that was the Blazer Campana. Recker made a perfect throw to get him back in the 4th inning. Chavez fouls back the fastball. Troy getting up to 94. A ball and a strike. Cody Ross, who was a game breaker yesterday, waits on deck. 40-year-old LaTroy Hawkins working in relief of Dylan G. 7 starts now for G. He's worked to an ERA of about 2.5 over that span, and has resumed his place as a reliable starter in the Mets rotation. It was very much in question early. There's a fastball strike, 1-2.
Got the borderline strike there. Chavez didn't think so. I thought it was a low. At the corner.
Hawkins gave up a leadoff hit to Prado, then he struck out Goldschmidt. Just misses inside to Chavez, 2-2. Always nice to see the fans scoring.
Agreed.
It's like they're your disciples.
Mets trying to have a winning homestand here. 3-3 on this homestand.
Lost 2 of 3 to Washington. They've won 2 of 3 from Arizona. Now the 2-2. And Chavez down swinging. Hawkins gets him with a slider. Back-to-back strikeouts for LaTroy Hawkins. 2 out in the inning. Let's check in with the studio for another game break with Chris Carlin, presented by Nissan. Cole had won his first 4 starts, first Pirate to do that in over 100 years. But on the short end today, here's Cody Ross, 0 for 2 and a walk. And he fouls back the first pitch fastball.
He chases a bad slider here, Chavez. Good pitch. Starts out a strike. Couldn't hold up. Can't hit that pitch. It's too far off the plate. Love that slow-mo. Super slow.
It's slow-mo and it's super. Makes it a super slow-mo.
Yes, sir.
Ross 2 for 3 in his career against Hawkins. And takes that off the plate. 95 from LaTroy.
I don't buy that. I really don't. I don't think LaTroy's throwing 95. I'm sorry. There it is.
That is the super slow-mo camera. It looks very complicated. That's why we're up here. We couldn't figure that stuff out.
Too bad that couldn't get that effect when I was up at the plate. Every pitch.
Then it would be too easy. There's a letter high strike. 1-2 to Ross. They say the hardest thing to do in sports is to hit a baseball. If you had the super slow-mo, it wouldn't be the hardest thing anymore.
True. Be very happy.
Games would last a long time.
No bad dreams.
1-2 to Cody Ross. He struck him out. Ross flings the bat toward left field. Hawkins strikes out 3 in a row after a leadoff hit. Mets will come up in the bottom of the 8th inning. David Wright due to lead off for the Mets as they look to snap this 2-2 tie on Independence Day in New York. On a hot July 4th afternoon, Mets locked in a 2-2 duel with the Diamondbacks, who bring in Will Harris to pitch in the bottom of the 8th. Harris worked 2/3 of an inning on Tuesday night at the tail end of that 7-run 7th inning the Mets put together. Harris, who pitched some for the Rockies last year, picked up on waivers by the Diamondbacks, and he's pitched very well for them since he was acquired in April. This will be his 23rd appearance. You see the numbers there. That's at the heart of the batting order up against Harris in the 8th. David Wright, Marlon Byrd, and Josh Satin. David has doubled and walked today, 1 for 2. And the first pitch from Harris outside, ball 1. Ian Kennedy went 7, allowed 2 runs, 6 hits, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts, a wild pitch, 116 pitches for Kennedy, and no decision for him. And David flies one toward right center, and there is Parra, 1 out. So Harris retires his first batter. And now Marlon Byrd will come to bat. Byrd is 1 for 3 on the day. He drove in a run with a ground out in the 4th. That was the first run of the day. Mets fell behind 2-1, tied it up on Dylan G's RBI single in the 5th, and it's been tied ever since. Bobby Parnell getting ready for the 9th inning. Parnell got a couple of outs in the 9th inning yesterday with the Mets behind, but ready to go this afternoon. And Byrd chases a pitch away, 0-1.
Little cutter. Let David off with a cutter.
Harris has been a welcome addition for an Arizona bullpen that needed an extra arm. They had J.J. Putz hurt for a month. Heath Bell did a decent job filling in, and he's got that role again, at least for the moment. David Hernandez has been up and down. And Harris has stepped in and given them an extra arm to rely on. Keeping that ball away from Bird. Josh Satin waits on deck. He's already extended his hitting streak to 10 games today. And the breaking ball got him. Harris strikes out Bird, 2 men down. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Parts Authority Auto Parts Superstores, where the answer is always yes. By Geico. And by AT&T, Rethink Possible. Did you see how much that ticket was for the 1964 All-Star game?
Well,
$8.40 for a box seat.
You got to stop printing money.
49 years later, the All-Star game returns to Flushing. Mets won't be back home until after the All-Star break. Start a 9-game road trip tomorrow night. Look at that, $8.40
Can you
for
believe
your
that?
field level box seat.
Highly affordable. Gosh, you can bring your family of 10. Under $100.
Well, $100 then was much more than $100 today.
Wow. What was your first clue?
With a little bit of inflation since 1964. Satin is 1 for 3 on the day, and Josh fouls back the fastball, 1-2.
I believe in '64. That was back in the days when gasoline was like what,
28 cents a gallon.
28 cents and 25 cents a gallon. I remember those days.
So do I. Up until 1973. Harris has retired the first 2 here in the bottom of the 8th. They head on Satin 1-2. And Josh takes a curveball, strike 3 call. So back-to-back strikeouts for Harris as he retires the side in order in the bottom of the 8th. On we go to the 9th. All-Star game coming up. It'll cost you a couple of shekels more. Field, just an 18-minute train ride from Penn Station and 6 minutes from Woodside. The Long Island Railroad stops right at Citi Field. The number 7 subway stops at the Mets Willets Point Station and conveniently serves Times Square. Grand Central's Metro North trains, and the Port Authority bus terminal. But you know all that. Mass Transit is the faster, easier, and greener way to Citi Field for All-Star Week. Bobby Parnell making his third appearance in this 4-game series. He's faced 8 batters in this series and retired them all. He comes into a tie game in the 9th inning. Gerardo Parra will lead off. Parra had the unusual bunt double to fuel a 2-run 5th inning for the Diamondbacks. That's all they got against Dylan G. Parra 1 for 3 on the day. And he takes Hine inside for ball 1.
Well, defensively on the
David Hernandez on the left, Heath Bell on the right. Hernandez if the game is tied, Bell if the Diamondbacks get a lead. And Parnell falls behind on Parra 2-0.
defensively on the infield, right playing in, respecting the potential bunt, and Josh Satin guarding the line.
Well, Parra's got 24 doubles this year. He can pull that ball down the line. And Parnell blows one by him, 2-1. LaTroy Hawkins allowed a leadoff single in the 8th and then struck out 3 in a row. After Dylan G went the first 7. And now Parnell trying to keep this game tied at the bottom of the 9th. Sean Markham making like a pinch hitter. Maybe not.
Don't want him to tweak that upper back area. That's been giving me a little difficulty lately.
Won't get him to say that. Sean is scheduled to pitch Saturday night in Milwaukee, which is going to be big for him, returning to Milwaukee, where he pitched the last couple of years. The Mets are wary enough about that start that they're probably going to hold Carlos Torres back until Saturday, just in case Markham either can't make the start or has to leave early. Torres would be the spot starter or long man, which is okay for the Mets right now since they're carrying an extra relief pitcher and a short bench. 2-2 to Parra. And he fouls one at the plate. Parra's had 4 career at-bats against Parnell, 0 for 4. Will Nieves on deck, then Cliff Pennington. The young guns chatting. Wheeler goes tomorrow night in Milwaukee. Harvey's next start will be in San Francisco. That'll be on Monday. It'll be cool in San Francisco, won't it?
Always.
Unless you go there in October. Then it's warm.
That was the that ballpark. It was the most well-constructed, well-planned ballpark. It's to deal with the climate there.
Well, it's out on the water, but it's not 1/10 as windy at AT&T Park as it was at Candlestick Park. If you go in the concourse behind the stadium, you get blown over. Here's the 2-2, and Parra hits one out to left field. Young playing deep onto the warning track to grab it. 1 out. Eric Young to the opposite field against Parra was playing about 3 steps in front of the track. And that's exactly where Parra hit it.
Well, no doubles.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Will Nieves, who has had the biggest hit of the game for the Diamondbacks. There's John Neese. He was scheduled to have a follow-up MRI on his shoulder this week, but with the holiday weekend, looks like it won't be until Monday. We know that he has a small tear in his rotator cuff, and the hope is that he will not require surgery, that he'll be able to build up the muscles around it and resume pitching soon. There's the good curveball by Parnell to start off Nieves. Nieves 2 for 3 last time up. He doubled down the right field line after driving in the 2 Arizona runs with a base hit up the middle in the 5th. Nieves, who started out his career in San Diego, now with his 6th different major league team. Parnell throws one by him at 97. He's just getting loose. 1-2.
Boy, he unloaded this one. No extra motion, just like Harvey. Just an easy motion and zip.
He's gotten into a pattern when he comes into games. He'll throw that two-seamer early at 93, 94, and then all of a sudden that four-seamer explodes on you. 1-2. 99. And Nieves fouls it off. Cliff Pennington, the on-deck batter. If anybody gets on, the pitcher's spot would come up. Plenty of left-handed hitting on the bench for Kirk Gibson today. He's got Jason Kubel, he's got D.D. Gregorius, and he's got Miguel Montero, all available from the left side. Just got a piece. Is that a changeup? I think
Like
it was.
it wasn't a breaking ball.
It's not a pitch that Parnell throws very often.
He's feeling his oats.
It's just playing. Back to the knuckle curve. And in the dirt. 2-2 to Nieves. Is he checking for rain? No rain today.
No.
Had enough the last two nights. Seventh pitch of the at-bat coming from Parnell to Nieves. And he struck him out with a breaking ball. First strikeout for Parnell, 2 down in the top of the ninth. Let's check in with the studio. Chris Carlin and Bobby Ojeda, see what's coming up on WB Mason Postgame Live. We will be there. 2 out and nobody on. Here's Cliff Pennington, who's 0 for 3 today. Struck out and flied out twice. And he swings through the fastball by Parnell, 0-1. Jason Kubel is out on deck. He'll pinch hit if Pennington can keep the inning going. Now Parnell's now faced 10 batters in this series and retired them all. A ball and a strike to Pennington. Late swing foul, and it's 1-2.
Pennington's got a big uppercut. Doesn't get a lot of rotation in his hips at all when he swings. Watch his hips. See if the stomach turns to the pitcher. Not much, does it? He doesn't have any rotation.
Carlos Torres throwing in the Mets bullpen. 1-2 for Parnell. He struck him out. Parnell with back-to-back strikeouts, 3 up and 3 down. Now the Mets come up in the bottom of the ninth inning with Anthony Recker to lead off.
Well, he's had a tough time of it in this series thus far. In game 1, he wanted to give up a run on 2 hits. That was in the 8th inning. And then last night, of course, Murphy took him to the bridge, almost to the bridge.
Murphy's given up 4 hits in this series. Excuse me, Hernandez has given up 4 hits in this series, and all 4 have been for extra bases. 2 doubles, a triple, and a home run. So the Mets looking to win it in their final turn at bat. Anthony Recker will lead off in the last of the 9th. Recker, Quintanilla, and Lagares due up. It's Valdespin and Neuenhuis available as left-handed pinch hitters. John Buck from the right side. Recker's 0 for 3 today. He's flied out, grounded out, and struck out. Had a long turn at bat in the 6th with 2 out and 2 on. And on the 10th pitch, took a call third strike on the inside corner from Ian Kennedy and went away muttering. Mets have already had 7 walk-off wins, including a 13th inning victory Monday night against the Diamondbacks. And Recker takes low and away from Hernandez. Ball 1. Will Harris worked a 1-2-3-8 for the Diamondbacks after Ian Kennedy went the first 7. Mets 2 runs, 6 hits. The Diamondbacks 2 runs, 7 hits. And Recker takes up and away 2-0.
Well, Hernandez has control issues, a hard thrower.
His 3rd year with the Diamondbacks. Pitched in over 70 games each of the last 2 years. And Recker trying to attack the fastball. 2-1. Anthony's already homered once in this series. That came on Tuesday night against Patrick Corbin. His first at bat against David Hernandez. And Recker grounds one to short. Pennington plays the hop and throws him out 1 away. Bolt took an odd bounce on Pennington. So Recker retired 1 away. Now Omar Quintanilla, who's been on base twice today with an opposite field double and a walk. He walked leading off the 7th against Kennedy, but that's when Kennedy really did his best work. Wound up striking out Murphy with 2 in scoring position to end that threat. Quintanilla 6 hits in 14 at bats in this series. So he's had a very good run against the D-backs. And he fouls back the first pitch fastball, 0-1. Juan Lagares waits on deck. Quintanilla has had 1 walk-off hit in his career. It came 5 years ago. It was a home run. He's hit 2 home runs this year.
Now's the time.
He also had that triple on Monday night that he hit way out in right center field, that play that Parra got hurt on. So for a little guy, he can occasionally hit one a long way. Parra playing a little deeper than he was on Monday. Here's the 2-1. Breaks his bat, grounds it down to Goldschmidt, and that's the second out. So 2 out and nobody on. Geico Sports Night, the only show that's only New York sports. Tonight, basketball news, all the highlights from around Major League Baseball, and of course, the exercising gluttony on Coney Island. Geico Sports Night tonight starting at 10:30 only on SNY. Did you know they have an eating league? They have events all around the country.
No, yes, and the champion was no contest again.
Here's Lagares, and he takes a curveball from Hernandez for a strike. I find it very hard to watch.
I have no desire. Only when they do the hamburger eating contest.
Oh, well,
The Brooklyn burger.
You know, when you guys have your hamburger contest, here's what I recommend just to make it more interesting.
What?
You have to eat the hamburgers loaded with jalapenos.
Oh, I think it's real tough.
Wouldn't that be more fun?
Very competitive.
0-2 to Lagares, is 0 for 3 on the day. And the breaking ball is high, 1-2. If Lagares can keep it going, Jordani Valdespin would come up to pinch hit. Mets and Diamondbacks played 13 innings on Monday night. If Lagares can't get anything done, we'll be headed that way again. 1-2. Struck him out, and we are headed for extra innings. So Hernandez pitches a 1-2-3, bottom of the ninth. Bonus baseball on the 4th of July. 2-2 after 9.
It's also extra innings.
Into play center, he'll bat 9th, and the new pitcher Carlos Torres will bat 8th.
Well, Torres has done a nice job since being called up. He has pitched in the first game of this series. He went 1 2/3 innings, and he did a lot of starting down in AAA. I think he had, 12, 14 starts. So he's fully capable of giving Terry Collins and the Mets some length.
And this might represent a change of plans for Terry, because as we mentioned earlier, he was talking about holding Torres out because they had some concern about Markham on Saturday, and that Torres might be needed as a spot starter or a long man. But now an extra inning game, perhaps changing the formula. Jason Kubel will be the pinch hitter for the Diamondbacks, leading off in the 10th inning. Kubel started last night in left field, went 0 for 3, 2 for 7 in the series, and he takes a curveball strike from Torres. Well, the Mets bullpen has worked 2 innings, allowed no runs and 1 hit.
Well, Young way deep in left, and big gap in left center field. He's almost playing Kubel like a right-hand pull hitter.
Well, Kubel's got power to all fields. We saw Young playing that deep against Parra in the last inning, and he went back on the warning track to catch a fly. And it makes some sense for Young, because what we've seen from him so far, it's got great speed, but he really doesn't go back on the ball particularly well.
And of course the infield defense, the big triangle shift on the right with Murph way back in the outfield.
And Kubel hits it out to left center. New and highest range is over. 1 out. So Kubel retired. 1 out in the 10th, and now Tony Campana coming up. Well, it's been quite a series so far in terms of the length of the nights and now the days. Monday, these teams played more than 5 hours before the Mets won it in 13 innings. Tuesday, an hour and 40-minute rain delay pushed the end of the game close to midnight. And last night's game started 2 hours late and ended well past midnight. This one not likely to get to midnight, but
we hope.
Who knows how long the day will go.
Mets getting on a flight after the Wago and skedaddling over to Milwaukee.
And the Diamondbacks leaving as well to go home. Tony Campana 2 for 4 today, and needs to skip out of the way. Campana reached on an error and stole a base in the first, had an infield hit in the fourth, got caught stealing, blooped a single to right in the fifth, and then was struck out in the seventh, the last man that Dylan G faced. G, like Kennedy, did some of his best work in his last inning. Slap just foul.
There's the danger right there, David, not protecting the line. Even though you've got Young real shallow and covering that left field line.
I've got an economic bulletin for you in just a moment, Keith. This will be of interest to you.
Are we going back to the gold standard?
No, I don't believe that that's the case. But the Elias Sports Bureau has done the calculations. We showed the All-Star ticket from 1964. There's Josh Colmenter up in the bullpen for the Diamondbacks. That $8.40 field box seat ticket for the 1964 All-Star game, adjusted for inflation, today would cost $63.12.
That sounds about right, doesn't it? So forget the family of 10.
Well, now that's $630.
Leave mom at home.
Full count to Campana. Sounds like it's just you and a date now. Torres does not want to walk Campana, a base stealer, in a tie game in the 10th inning. And he lines one over short, and he gets aboard anyway. Third hit of the day for Tony Campana. And now the troubles begin for Carlos Torres to try and keep Campana anchored where he is.
And you've got Martin Prado up, who is a very good situational hitter. You could hit and run here with Prado. He's very capable.
Well, Campana has stolen one today. He's also been caught stealing. And you have to figure at some point early in this count he's going to be running. Prado is 1 for 4 today. Single to center his last time up. And Torres begins the task of trying to keep Campana close. Josh Edgin getting up in the bullpen. The left-hand batting Eric Chavez is 2 hitters away. Campana takes an extra step on his lead. And Prado fouls off the first pitch. So this time not waiting around and taking a first pitch fastball. He did that earlier in the game with Campana aboard. Paul Goldschmidt, the leading RBI man in the National League, waits on deck. Cutter misses low and away, a ball and a strike.
There is no rest for the weary here. This Met ball club does not get an off day until Thursday after. I'm sorry, is it Thursday? No.
Yes, Thursday.
Thursday after San Francisco. So this has been a tough homestand weather-wise. All the delays, that road trip prior. It's a tough stretch for the Mets, physically.
Broken bat, bloop, shallow center. On comes Neuenhuis. It'll drop. He has a play at second if he hurries, and he's out at second base.
Man.
Campana froze, and when the ball fell in, Neuenhuis able to force him at second for the second out.
And that cost Prado a base hit. This is just poor judgment on Campana's part here. Just poor plays in front of him and just terrible base running.
And how about Nieuwenhuis didn't even field that ball cleanly, knocked it from his glove into his bare hand. Watch this.
Just terrible base running. Terrible.
So the Mets fortunate on a couple of levels there. One, that Nieuwenhuis was able to grasp that ball after not fielding it cleanly. I mean, how'd that happen? Went off his hip and into his hand.
That's because Campana got caught going back. You can't be dancing back and forth.
So it goes as an 8-4 fielder's choice, not a base hit for Prado. He's at first with 2 out, and now Paul Goldschmidt, who's 1 for 3 and a walk. So Torres gets a break there. Now has to deal with Goldschmidt, who hits one off the end of the bat to Murphy. And just like that, Torres is out of the top of the 10th. Now the Mets come up in the bottom of the inning. Nieuwenhuis to lead it off. Tenth inning for Arizona. Bowman was 1 strike away from being a winning pitcher after Cody Ross had homered in the 13th, but he wound up the loser when Brown rifled a 2-strike hit. Kirk Nieuwenhuis will lead off for the Mets in the bottom of the 10th. Nieuwenhuis came in the double switch top of the inning and made that remarkable play when he didn't field the ball that was hit by Prado cleanly. He had knocked it from his glove off his hip into his bare hand and got a force at second base. And Nieuwenhuis takes a strike, 1-1. Eric Young on deck, then Daniel Murphy for the Mets. Diamondbacks bullpen has been perfect so far. Will Harris and David Hernandez each with a 1-2-3 inning. And Nieuwenhuis tried to hold up but went around on the breaking ball, 1-2. Well, Kirk had a walk-off home run to end the last homestand for the Mets. A 3-run shot against the Cubs. Lines this one the other way for a base hit. So Nieuwenhuis behind in the count gets the Mets started in the bottom of the 10th.
Well, Nieuwenhuis has been good coming off the bench, has he not? And There you go. It's a start for the Mets. You got speed on the bases.
Well, you got Eric Young at the plate now, and you have to figure he's going to be asked to bunt.
I would think so, his weak side.
Then you got Murphy and Wright behind him to try and get the winning run home. Eric is 0 for 4 tonight. Fly deep to center his last time up.
And no one up in the bullpen for Arizona. So Cole Mentor, it's on him. And in jeopardy of getting 2 Larrys in this series.
Chavez begins to creep in from third.
He is aggressively in at third. And you've got, I believe you got a bunt here.
Absolutely. With Murphy and Wright on.
Yep, no
next.
question. I kind of stated the obvious, didn't I?
It's okay. Sometimes the obvious requires stating. Young pops up the bunt, and Nieves grabs it, and Young beside himself. That's the first out.
Well, he stabs at this, and that's his mistake. Get the bat out in front. I mean, I'm not a good bunter. But you get the bat out, and it's not out in front. And you see stabbing at it like that doesn't work.
So that is a big out for Cole Mentor with the runner holding at first. So now he'll face Murphy with 1 out and 1 on. Murph is 0 for 4 today, 3 for 17 in this series. And he pops up the first pitch foul, backing out of play. Murphy has been going after a lot of first pitches today.
I have no issue with Murph being aggressive first pitch.
David Wright waiting on deck. Neuenhuis at first and 1 out. Cole Mentor holding it and then stepping off. Josh Cole Mentor has made the transition from starting pitcher to bullpen pitcher, and he has had a very good year for Arizona. But the Mets trying to beat him for the second time in this series in the late innings. Murphy pops it up.
That's what Murph's been doing a lot lately, Garrett's popping up. Been kind of falling back on his back foot.
So after the leadoff hit by Neuenhuis, now 2 out, and Neuenhuis still at first.
See, watch him swing, watch him fall back on his back foot. He's too kind of arching back, and he knows it too. He's just going through a little funk.
Well, here's Wright. David is 1 for 3 today, doubled and scored a run in the 4th. He's also drawn a walk. David has had 8 career at-bats against Cole Mentor, and 2 of them he has hit home runs against Cole Mentor.
Well, if David does not end this game, I'm going to have to reload.
I'm not sure exactly what that means.
More iced coffee.
Ah. I have to admit that I've drunk enough iced coffee today to float away.
I've been, the last 2 innings, I've been doing push-ups away from the coffee pot, and I'm at the end of my rope here. I'm going to have to reload.
I'm sure everybody in that dugout feels the same way. Caffeine at a premium today. Neuenhuis at first and 2 out, and Wright takes up and away 2-0. You couldn't blame Cole Mentor if he's awfully careful with Wright here, but a walk would push the winning run to second base with Marlon Byrd on deck. Two out, last of the 10th. And Wright fouls one at the plate. Cole Mentor went off speed on 2-0.
Pretty good pitch right there. Not a good pitch to hack at, but 2-0 changeup down. Away, too. Tough pitch to lay out. Oh, we had plenty of plate.
Nieves setting up outside. And Wright pops it up. Chavez into foul ground. Tracks it toward the dugout. Side retired. So a leadoff hit, and the Mets strand Neuenhuis at first. We go to the 11th at Citi Field, tied at 2.
Carey.
11th.
Well, Torres just recently called up, and it's always good to have a traditional long man to eat up innings in games like this so you do not chew your bullpen up. It's kind of a lost art.
Eric Chavez leads off in the 11th. Chavez 0 for 4 on the day. He struck out twice. Cody Ross and Gerardo Parra to follow. Mets have gotten 3 scoreless innings out of their bullpen.
Well, I think both teams are anxious to get on. I mean, Arizona's got to go home from here, do they not? They got a long flight ahead of them.
Good breaking ball by Torres, 1-2.
Nice. Got down on one knee.
And makes the youngster happy.
Is a little chocolate milk on his chin?
He's trying very hard, you know. 1-2 from Torres. And he misses outside. 2-2.
All right.
Lashed foul. Still 2-2 to Chavez.
Oh. Cuppy. We found Cuppy.
Very nice. Little flare. Murphy back and makes the running grab. Nicely tracked by Murphy for the first down. So 1 out and nobody on. Now Cody Ross, who has already hit an extra inning home run in this series. That came in the 13th inning on Monday against David Aardsma, only to have the Mets rally and win it. 0 for 3 and a walk today, 3 for 16 in the series. Mets won Monday and Tuesday night. Diamondbacks won last night. Mets trying for a winning homestand with a victory today. And the cutter off the plate to Ross, ball 1. Dylan G went 7, allowed 2 runs and 6 hits. Another excellent start for Dylan. That's 6 of his last 7 starts that have been terrific. Line, base hit. So Ross with another extra inning hit. This one he keeps in the ballpark. So a 1-out single, the second hit off Torres, and the 9th hit of the day for the Diamondbacks. So now Gerardo Parra will bat with a runner at first and 1 out. Parra 1 for 4, had that bunt double in the 5th inning.
Well, but how big was that 1 inning when they had the big threat going, the Diamondbacks, and the bullpen came in, pitched out of it, or G pitched out of it.
Well, in that 5th inning, a leadoff walk to Ross, and then Parra just trying to drag a bunt, and he dragged it all the way through the hole into right field. And with runners at second and third, Will Nieves singled in both runners. And that's the only scoring for the Diamondbacks today. Now Parra pops one up in foul ground. Wright chases it, but it'll go out of play.
I tell you what, there's going to be some young men on that flight to Milwaukee that are going to be taking some snoozes. I don't care how young they are and what kind of shape they're in. This has been a very exhausting stretch for the Mets. It has to be.
It might begin on the bus to the airport.
Oh.
Parra fouls it off. You know what I love? We just took a shot of all those guys, all of them wearing the flip-down sunglasses. That's great to see.
I love the flip downs.
That's what fielders are supposed to wear.
Yep, there they are. It was always cool. Yeah.
Well, there's one in every crowd. 0-2 to Parra. Off the fists, a little pop-up for right to handle. 2 out. Nice pitching by Torres. 2 out of the inning. Well, the Phillies won their game. They came from behind to beat the Pirates 6-4. Cole Hamels gets the win to improve to 3-11.
How about that?
He went 7, allowed 5 hits, struck out 8. Heath Bell up in the Arizona bullpen. They have been saving him for a save spot, but perhaps Kirk Gibson will bring him in save opportunity or not in the bottom of the 11th. We'll see how that goes. Will Nieves the batter. Nieves 2 for 4 on the day, and he's driven in the only 2 Arizona runs.
Oh, good fastball. Interesting, a little prior at bat for Nieves. He struck out against Parnell, who throws much harder than Torres. Parnell struck him out with curveballs through preponderance of curves. Here's Torres, who's a breaking ball pitcher, throwing the gas.
There's the curveball. 0-2.
That's a bit of a big sweeping hook. Now, who's going to cry uncle here?
No crying in baseball. Torres ahead 0-2 on Nieves. And he just got a piece of that curve. In the bottom of the 11th, the Mets will have Bird, Satin, and Recker coming up. Both starters were terrific today. G and Kennedy, both bullpens have been solid. It's been a well-pitched game on both sides, with both teams exhausted after 3 straight long nights. And the curveball bounced foul.
Well, Nieves is not a good breaking ball hitter, and he's had a couple hangers to rip, and he's just too quick. David Wright guarding the line here. 2 outs, double, scores the back runner, the lead with the runner at first. Very deep in the outfield.
Again, the 0-2. And Nieves hits the comebacker. Flagged down by Torres. Side retired. 2 scoreless innings for Carlos Torres in relief. 2-2 going to the bottom of the 11th. begins his second inning of relief for Arizona. Mets and Diamondbacks tied at 2. It's been tied since the bottom of the 5th inning when Dylan Gee, the Mets starting pitcher, delivered a 2-out single to get the game even. Marlon Byrd is 1 for 4 on the day. He drove in the first Met run with a 4th inning groundout. Cole Mentor gave up a leadoff hit in the 10th to Kirk Neuenhuis, but then retired the next 3, including David Wright on a foul pop-up. And Byrd starts the 11th by swinging over a curveball, 0-1. Byrd, then Josh Satin and Anthony Recker for the Mets. With a changeup.
Cole Mentor over the top, got an outstanding changeup. Starting to get hungry.
Again?
Well, all I had was breakfast.
Well, if you'll recall the 20-inning game here, by this time there was no food left. Up the middle, and Bird's got a base hit to start the bottom of the 11th. So Marlon Byrd with his second hit, and the Mets for the second straight inning get the leadoff man on against Cole Mentor.
Well, when you got a change-up pitcher, you've got to go up the middle. And he loves to throw the change-up. Got the fastball there.
Well, with the leadoff man on in the 10th, Terry Collins tried to bunt with Eric Young. He popped it up, but you got a hot hitter at the plate in Josh Satin.
He's swinging.
Yep, I would think so. Satin's 1 for 4 on the day. Had a base hit back in the 6th. He's twice been caught looking today. And if there's one issue with Satin, that's been it. He's been called out on strikes far too often.
Back in the 4th, he got called out on a called third strike fastball, which means he's guessing. Now, the one in the 8th, Gary, was called out on it was a curve.
Satin with a base hit in the 6th extended his hitting streak to 10 games. Byrd not a base stealing threat. He's had just 1 this year.
There are still people here at this ballpark, more than a few.
Hey, it's 4th of July. What else are you going to do?
They're enjoying the ball game.
Yeah, it's only 4:48. Fireworks wherever you're going won't be till much later.
Yep.
Got plenty of time for your barbecue. Hang out, see how this ends. I know you and I will.
We have no choice. We'll be at 30,000 feet when they're shooting off fireworks.
Hope they don't hit us.
It's true.
Satin pops it up. Prado calling. And that's the first out of the inning. So Byrd remains at first with 1 out. Satin 1 for 5 on the day, and now it's Anthony Recker, who's 0 for 4 today.
Well, the Mets have Valdespin and Buck left on their bench.
Pitcher is 2 batters away in the 8 hole. Cole Mentor has been very heavily worked lately by the Diamondbacks. Threw over 30 pitches in Atlanta Sunday. Had that long outing and took the loss on Monday. And now has to pitch multiple innings again today. And Recker takes a strike on the outside, 0-1. Recker taking an extra long look down at Tim Tuffle. You don't suppose they could be playing hit and run here, do
No,
you?
I doubt it. Not with Anthony. He hasn't had enough at bats. Plus, he's a power threat. He's got pop.
Ball and a strike to Recker with Omar Quintanilla waiting on deck. How's that iced coffee?
I'm sipping. I just don't want to get, get in that freeze frame with that coffee. Oh, get locked, frozen.
I'm not sure what that means.
You know when you get that caffeine high and you're just like all tensed up,
shaky.
Oh, I hate that. I mean, very seldom does that happen. I don't drink a lot of coffee. I have 2 cups in the morning. I have 1 cup a night game, probably around 5 o'clock, and that's it. But you know, we had a long game last night. I didn't get home till 2, and got up early. You know, hey, what are you going to do? You got to go get them. You got to.
Can I tell you something?
Tighten the belt and go get them.
Without constant caffeine, I wouldn't be here right now. I've got the IV drip going. 1-2 to Recker. In the dirt, stopped nicely by Nieves, and that keeps Bird at first. 2-2. Smothering that changeup in the dirt. 35-year-old Will Nieves getting a rare start. Miguel Montero plays just about every day. Two and two now to Recker, who's run a whole bunch of deep counts today. Nothing to show for it yet. Josh Colmenter, who grew up in Michigan, throwing tomahawks. Branded Lyon up in the Mets bullpen. There's nobody else in baseball who throws the ball quite like Josh Colmenter.
Well, the other one that's more peculiar is Walden down in Atlanta, who has almost the illegal pitch, correct?
Well, it's not on the rubber when he throws the ball. That would make it illegal.
That's the most peculiar delivery I've ever seen. The old timers will tell you Kurt Simmons, the old left-hander for the Phillies and Cardinals.
What did he do?
He had a very peculiar. No, he had a peculiar motion.
Mm-hmm.
Very deceptive. Rusty said you couldn't. It was any talk to any old timer, they'll bring up Kurt Simmons.
Recker pops it up. Another chance for Prado. Well, Colmenter getting nothing but pop-ups. All 5 outs he's recorded have been on pop-ups.
I mean, I hate to bore our young fans out there with not being contemporary. I remember Art Mahaffey with the Phillies, who hurt his arm. He won 18 games, I believe, in '64. Not sure, but he had a herky-jerky motion.
Well, Colmenter just straight over the top, like he's throwing a tomahawk. There's no other way to describe it.
Yes, it's right over the top. No question.
Quintanilla 1 for 3 and a walk. He doubled back in the 5th inning. He scored a run today. And he takes off the outside corner. Ball 1. If Quintanilla can keep it going, Jordani Valdespin is out on deck to pinch hit. Pitchers in the 8 hole. Neuenhuis in the 9 hole. Bird led off the inning with a base hit. He's still at first with 2 out. And that's outside. 2-0 to Quintanilla. The Arizona bullpen has worked 3 2/3 innings and given up no runs and 2 hits. The Mets bullpen has worked 4 innings and given up no runs and 3 hits. 2-0 to Quintanilla. And Omar takes a strike. Mets are playing their 10th extra inning game of the year. They played only 10 extra inning games all of last year. The Mets are 4-5 in extra innings. The Diamondbacks are 9-3. But the Mets handed them an extra inning loss on Monday. 2-2. Now Colmenter's 2-2, and Quintanilla fouls off the changeup. The Mets with 2 runs and 8 hits. The Diamondbacks 2 runs and 9 hits. We're in the bottom of the 11th. Mets have already played a 20-inning game this year, a 15-inning game, a 13-inning game. Hit sharply, but right at Pennington, the shortstop. He'll have to go to first with it, and plenty of time to get Quintanilla, and we move on. We go to the 12th at Citi Field, tied at 2. Against Carlos Torres, who begins his 3rd inning of relief. Pennington's gone 0 for 4 today, 1 for 8 in the series. And Pennington takes the strike. Torres in 2 innings of work has allowed no runs and 2 hits, hasn't walked or struck out a batter. A.J. Pollock is out on deck to be a pinch hitter for the Diamondbacks, with the pitcher's spot due up next. And then Tony Campana behind him.
We are so deep into this game, almost 4 hours now, that the 5 o'clock Jets from LaGuardia are starting to take off. They're on cue.
Well, it's a holiday today. Hit sharply, but right at Murphy on a hop. And he throws wide, but Satin comes over and makes the tag on Pennington. It wasn't running particularly hard. And that's the first out. Everybody's starting to show signs of wear.
Fatigue would be, yes.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now A.J. Pollock will be the pinch hitter. Pollock started the first 2 games of this series. He's gone 1 for 10 thus far. Kirk Gibson still has 2 left-handed bats on his bench, and his regular shortstop Didi Gregorius and his regular catcher Miguel Montero, but he opts to use a right-hand batter here. He's also got Aaron Hill, his regular second baseman, a right-hand batter on the bench. Pollock with good speed and swings through the fastball, 1-1. Dylan G went 7, allowed 2 runs, 6 hits. LaTroy Hawkins a scoreless 8th. Bobby Parnell a 1-2-3 9th, and now Carlos Torres into his 3rd inning of relief. Diamondbacks have their lefty, Tony Sipp, up in the bullpen. And Torres gets ahead 1-2.
Boy, up and in fastball. He can't touch it.
Here is Sipp. The Mets have the pitcher spot leading off in the bottom of the 12th. That's Valdespin or Buck to pinch hit. Then Neuenhuis, a left-hand batter, and Young, a switch hitter. Here's the 1-2. Curveball, bounce foul. There was a towel on the railing of the Diamondbacks dugout, and when Pollock fouled that ball off a moment ago, it hit the towel and knocked it flying. It almost looked like a white flag was being raised. It might be symbolic.
Uncle.
Here's the 1-2. Struck him out with a curveball. Carlos Torres with his first strikeout, 2 out and nobody on.
Nicely done by Carlos. All set up with the up and in fastballs. Back to back, start him off. Set him up for the breaking stuff.
And now the pesky Tony Campana, who has had 3 hits today, but he's had some base running misadventures. He was caught stealing in the 4th after being doubled off first base on a line drive in the 1st, and then perhaps most egregiously in the 10th, he was on first base, and Martin Prado hit what looked like a bloop single to center, but Campana got forced at second. And that took the Diamondbacks out of what could have been a very healthy threat against Torres in the 10th. So Campana with tremendous speed, but today his base running has been a bit in question. 2-0 now to Campana, who was just called up yesterday by the Diamondbacks. They put Willie Bloomquist on the DL and inserted Campana right into center field. Martin Prado on deck. Torres behind 2-0, and Campana swings and misses 2-1. Little cutter from Torres.
Well, he likes his breaking ball.
Now it's 3-1. Well, the Met bullpen, which was a source of such woe for most of the season, has really been shored up since David Aardsma and Carlos Torres joined the bullpen crew. Torres has already gone 2 2/3 here. There's a strike, 3-2. Full count to Campana. Struck him out. Foul tip held on to by Recker. Side retired. 3 scoreless for Carlos Torres. Still 2-2. ground out in the 4th. The Diamondbacks plated their 2 on a base hit by Will Nieves in the top of the 5th, and then Dylan G's 2-out single tied the game in the bottom of the 5th. And we've been tied at 2 ever since.
You're right.
It's been a long day's journey into night after night after night, and today into day. 5 hours and 13 minutes on Monday. Long rain delays the last 2 nights, and today pushing toward a 4-hour game as we play in the 12th. Tony Sipp comes on to pitch the bottom of the 12th for the Diamondbacks.
Well, Tony, in the first game of the series, worked a scoreless inning, and that would have been the. Well, actually, went 2 innings. Excuse me. He got an out in the 11th, and then got 2 outs in the 12th, and was relieved by Colementor.
John Buck will be the pinch hitter, batting for Carlos Torres, who did tremendous work. 3 scoreless innings in relief. Buck swung the bat a little better yesterday, had 3 good at bats, went 1 for 4. David Ardsma ready to pitch the 13th if there is one. Buck would like with 1 swing to get the Mets onto a plane.
That would be satisfactory.
Buck, Neuenhuis, Young up for the Mets in the home 12th inning. Against the veteran Sipp, the former Cleveland Indian, and Buck first pitch swinging fouls it off. Let's check in with Kevin. Where you been, Kev?
Well, you know, Gary, staying awake, that's a good thing. You talked about John's numbers, and the game that he had yesterday, hit a couple balls hard. He said, you know, the frustrating thing is, honestly, I do feel good. I don't feel like I'm swinging at bad pitches. I'm just flat out missing my pitches. You know, I'm trying to look at it objectively. Everyone's telling me I'm swinging too hard. Maybe that's true, but I swing hard. That's kind of what I've done my whole career. I'll tell you more after this pitch. You know, he said, you know, the funny thing is, the at-bat that I really felt pretty good about, among others, was the one before what he said, quote, I had the stupidest play ever in baseball. That was the, of course, play where he got caught stealing second base. But he drew a walk against J.J. Putz. He said, I let a lot of bad pitches go. So it doesn't feel that bad. Production, not there yet, though.
Kev, where are you hiding? I can't find you.
He's with Cuppy. Here's the 0-2 from Sipp. And it's too high.
I found a caffeinated hot tub in the left field bleachers.
Is that where you're at, seriously?
No, I'm down below home plate.
Oh, let me find you.
I like the logo on the eye black for Buck. Look at that. Is that an MLB logo he's got on the eye black? Curveball sits high. That's fantastic. Oh, it's a USA logo. Even better.
Oh, for 4th of July.
Perfect.
Very nice. Very nice.
Well, in that spirit, don't you think it's time for the game to end?
Oh, yes.
2-2 coming to Buck. And he takes up and away. And Sipp runs a full count. Neuenhuis on deck. Young behind him. That's about leadoff hits in each of the last 2 innings. Buck trying to get aboard to start this one. (3-2) from Sipp to Buck. And a good hack and fouled it back. Tony Sipp from Pascagoula, Mississippi. And Buck fouls back another one.
You know, guys, they had a real nice fireworks display here last night. Do we get that again if this game goes into the dusk hours? I'm just curious.
Well, here's the thing. If it gets late enough, we'll be able to see fireworks from other venues.
Well, that's true.
Even when we're losing an hour. We're losing or gaining an hour? What do you call that? We're going back.
We're gaining an hour.
Gaining an hour, right.
Going west.
We're west, young man.
Milwaukee Central Time Zone. This will be the 8th pitch of the at bat to Buck. got tied up, and he went around strike 3. Mike Everett punches him out. Buck thought he had ball 4, but Everett begged to differ.
Well, it was ball 4, and let's see, right? This is always a good angle. Tell you what,
could have gone either way.
I don't think he swung, and it's just become so automatic today.
So 1 out. Now Neuenhuis faces the left-hander. Kirk has had 1 at bat in this game. Came in a double switch in the 10th. Single to left to lead off the bottom of the 10th.
Oh, Buck's woofing the umpire. A little rabbit ears.
Yeah, he's down at the end of that dugout. He better watch it.
Tim Wilkie showing some rabbits. Oh, he's getting on hot. Oh, he's getting on the first base umpire.
Yeah. Well,
excuse me, Mike Everett.
Well, Everett apparently has thrown Buck out of the game, and that they're waiting for Buck to vacate. So I didn't see that, but apparently Everett did throw Buck out of the game. So he is headed down the tunnel. Neuenhuis steps in, and Kirk takes low and inside, ball 1. Now the 1-0 from Sip, and Neuenhuis trying to end it. 1-1.
You got to dial it up a little quicker than that if you want to end it.
The rally caps are out. Fouled back this way. Al on camera 2 was ducking. Did you see him? He was backpedaling. He was diving under the desk.
Al would have booted it.
It's hard to catch a ball with a camera. Those things are expensive, you know.
And the camera comes first.
Before the cameraman? Little curler. Right near the bag. Pennington sweeps it up and throws on Neuenhuis.
Wow. Off the end of the bat, watch a kind of little sidewinder. Oh, hit the bag. Just nipped the bag, did it not?
Not sure if it hit it or if it came awfully close. Either way, Pennington able to stay with it. So 2 out and nobody on. Now Eric Young, who's gone 0 for 5 today, had probably the most disappointing at bat of the day in the 10th inning. Mets got the leadoff man on. Young, who was a good bunter, was asked to bunt, but fouled out to the catcher. And that took the Mets out of a chance to score. Now he bats with 2 out and nobody on, batting from his better side for the first time today. By the way, John Buck only the second Met player to be ejected from a game this year. The first was LaTroy Hawkins. Two 2-0 to Young. He'd love to get Young on base to give him a chance to steal one.
He hasn't really been attempting to steal since he's joined the Mets.
Well, if he were to walk, I would hope that Terry would give him the must steal sign. The you'd better steal sign. Sip behind 2-0. And ball 3. Well, if Young gets on, then Daniel Murphy gets a crack at Sip. They're going to get somebody else up now in the Diamondbacks bullpen. And there's ball 4, and Young draws the 2-out walk. Time for the double green light.
Time for a gapper.
J.J. Putz gets up in the Arizona bullpen. He blew the save on Monday and was quickly deposed as the closer. And now up again, ready for David Wright here in the 12th inning. First, Sipp will face Murphy, and we'll see whether Young can steal a base here to get into scoring position. Young only has one steal as a Met, and that was a steal of third. He had 8 steals for the Rockies this year before he came over.
This is the first time I've heard Murph's song longer than just the beginning. It's a little hard rock song. A little energizing song, trying to put a little life. Charles Nagy, the pitching coach, played with Charles, had a nice career, Charles, actually. He was part of that Cleveland team. Carlos Baerga, Sandy Alomar Jr.
Wouldn't you love to have been a pitcher for that team with Albert Bell and Jim Thome?
There was a whole crew there that eventually wound up going to the World Series and losing to the Marlins. Just wish I could have played. I liked Albert Bell a lot. I did.
So now it's Murphy to face Sipp. It's been a rough go for Murph today, 0 for 5 and just 3 for 18 in this series. Now let's see what Young has in mind here against the left-hander. What Sipp has in mind is to make sure he doesn't steal. The Diamondbacks generally do a terrific job of holding runners. Talked about Ian Kennedy earlier, how nobody's stolen against him in now 31 starts. Sipp alters his move a little bit, and he almost caught Young flat-footed.
Almost had him. And he wasn't really stealing. He just got fooled, a little late reacting.
Not going. And Murph takes low and inside. That's 5 in a row out of the strike zone from Sipp after retiring the first 2 hitters. David Wright looming on deck, and if he comes up, it will certainly not be against Sipp, as they have Putz getting ready in the bullpen. Sipp spent 4 years in Cleveland as something more than a situational left-hander. He would often work an inning at a time there. Been in as many as 70 games in a season. And he is certainly working hard on Eric Young.
Well, you know, I know the fans are getting impatient here, and it's just he's got to keep Young close. This game in the balance here. This is a ball club that's 2.5 games in front in the National League West. It's an important game for them to salvage a split in this series.
1-0 to Murphy. There goes Young. The throw by Nieves, a good one, but not in time. Young steals the base. And now the winning run in scoring position.
Well, nice throw by Nieves. Very nice throw. Right there. Just beat it.
Well, stealing bases is one thing. Stealing bases when it really matters is something else, and Young just did that.
Well, something the Mets did not have in their arsenal before Young. Now Murph hitting 2-0, and a lefty's in there to get a lefty out. So
Sipp,
base hit wins it.
Sipp has missed with 6 pitches in a row. 2-0 to Murphy. And he misses high, ball 3.
You see the defense now has come in, and no more, the doubles don't matter anymore. Really in shallow in left field, Cody Ross. That's, I think, too shallow in left.
Well, first base is open, but the last thing the Diamondbacks want is to get Wright to the plate. 3-0 to Murphy. And he walked him. And Wright will come to bat. So back-to-back walks, each of them on 4 pitches by Sip. Putz has been throwing in the bullpen. And let's see what Kirk Gibson has in mind. Here he comes up the dugout steps.
He has no option.
And so Putz will come in to face Wright with the winning run at second base. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon Fios. 2-2 in the bottom of the 12th. We'll be right back.
Well, he came in that first game of the series for a save situation and gave up the run, blown save.
Now, David Wright was the first man he faced in that inning, and David hit a bullet that appeared headed for the left field corner, but Eric Chavez was playing on the line in that situation and was able to make the play. Now, this is not a situation that calls for playing the line. So would you put him on the line because of the way David hit the ball against Putz the last time?
No, you would not do that, Gary. You would stick with what David, where they think David hits the ball. Ball down the lines are going to base hit here. You don't guard the line. Get off.
Young is the winning run at second. He's got tremendous speed. Wright is 1 for 4 in a walk today, doubled and scored back in the 4th. He's hitless in 3 career at bats against J.J. Putz. 2 out, 2 on, 2-2, bottom of the 12th. And Wright takes low and away, ball 1.
Pretty much straight up in the outfield. Cody Ross is deep with Wright now. The outfielders are going to have a hard time throwing Young out with his speed.
You got pitcher in sunlight, hitter in sunlight, and shadow in between them. And David lays off. It's outside and puts behind 2-0. Marlon Byrd is on deck. David Arnsma ready in the bullpen in case the game goes to the 13th.
Pitchers always like to go away 2-0.
There goes Young, and it's fouled off. Young could have walked into third base. They didn't even bother covering, but Wright swinging on 2-0 fouled it off.
I don't want to distract my hitter right now, to tell you the truth. Got your RBI man up there, your big guy.
I guess Young's figuring if they're going to give it to me, then I'm on third. Putz as a splitter. Maybe they bounce it and win that way. 2-1 now to David. In at the knees for a strike. 2-2.
That had the knees. Good pitch. And that's where David likes it, and that's got a lot of plate. Got to think he might have been looking for something else. I don't know.
I thought he was going to get the split.
That was right down the middle.
Now 2 out, 2 on, 2-2 to right. And David hits it to the second baseman. Prado gets the force play, and on we go to the 13th inning. So the Mets get a couple of walks and leave a pair in the 12th. Still 2-2 on the 4th of July.
Comes in, he'll play second base. He'll about 8th in the lineup. David Arzma on a pitch as we head to the 13th here at Citi Field, tied at 2, D-backs and the Mets. And Arzma has been great since the Mets picked him up. Let's face it, he's been a terrific find for Sandy Alderson and his front office. And as Gary has talked about a lot, he's went through a lot to get to this point. He's gone through a lot, I should say. Hip labrum surgery 2010, Tommy John surgery after coming back from that, and then setbacks a couple times in his elbow. He had to overcome a lot. And he was talking with me today about how much of an effect Randy St. Clair had on him. St. Clair, the veteran pitching coach in AAA Las Vegas with the Mets this year. He said, you know, when I got there, I pitched a couple times, and St. Clair called me in and just pulled out a little video. He showed me what I was doing now against what I was doing in 2009 when I had a really, really good season. And, you know, I always just felt okay, good enough through the rehab, didn't feel any pain, but I realized that I was really short-arming the ball. I wasn't really finishing my pitches, so he lengthened me out a little bit, make sure I finished my pitches. A couple of minor changes. It actually gave me 2 miles an hour on my fastball, and I feel like now starting to throw the ball like I did back in 09.
Prado flies one down the right field line. Long one for Bird. He won't get there. Base hit. And Prado is aboard to start the 13th inning. So Martin Prado swinging at the first pitch thrown by David Arzma has his second hit of the game. And the Diamondbacks have the leadoff man on for the first time since the 8th inning. And Paul Goldschmidt, their big bopper, will come to bat with a man on. The Mets have gotten 5 scoreless innings out of their bullpen, 1 from Hawkins, 1 from Parnell, and 3 from Carlos Torres before handing it off to Arzma, who's just given up the Diamondbacks' 10th hit of the game. Goldschmidt is 1 for 4 and a walk today. You got Valdespie now playing second base as Murphy came out on the double switch. Mets hoping to get a double play grounder from Goldschmidt, who's driven in 69 runs this year to lead the National League. See how those shadows have moved. Shadows of the light stanchion. Out in the middle with the diamond. Two and 0 to Goldschmidt. When you get a situation like that, Keith, where both you and the pitcher are in the sunlight, but you have that shadow in the middle, does that have an impact at all?
You're talking. I tell you what, this right here is where the light is. It's coming out of that little bit of shadow right there, and that's tough. It's dark than the light. It's not as tough as opposed to if it comes out of light into shadow or vice versa if it's halfway. It's just a little bit of a window there, but it's definitely an advantage for the pitcher.
And as we say that, a couple of clouds come by and the shadows are gone.
And as a hitter, you're very happy. Thank you.
2-1 to Goldschmidt with Chavez on deck. And Arzma fires low. 3-1. Dylan G started for the Mets, went 7 solid innings. LaTroy Hawkins and Bobby Parnell each with a scoreless inning, and then Carlos Torres doing some yeoman work with 3 scoreless innings out of the pen. Now Arzma, who's making his 3rd appearance in this 4-game series, got the win on Monday. And it's ripped down the line, a base hit for Goldschmidt. Around second goes Prado. He'll take third. And into second base goes Goldschmidt with a double. And the Diamondbacks have second and third and nobody out.
Ripped. Fastball meant to be away up and down the middle, and boy, does he turn on it. And we saw the quick to bat the first game off Goldschmidt. That was a mistake right there.
19th double of the year for Goldschmidt.
Mets are in danger here.
Diamondbacks are in business. Eric Chavez, the batter, they're going to walk him intentionally and bring up the right-hand batter, Cody Ross, who homered against Arzma on Monday night in the 13th inning. And they will face each other in the 13th inning again.
Well, this sets up a potential ground ball to home to first double play, which would be what the doctor ordered.
This will be the first walk issued by the Mets bullpen in 5+ innings. Josh Edgin, Brandon Lyon, both up in the bullpen. You got the right-hand hitting Ross coming up, and then the left-hand hitter Parra behind him. And there's ball 4. Chavez is on. Heath Bell getting ready for a closing situation for the Diamondbacks. Now, this was Ross on Monday night.
Well, that was a down and in fastball and not a bad pitch. And you got to give him credit right there. That was a tough pitch from Arzma.
The entire infield grouped around Dan Warthen as he stands out on the mound to talk things over. Well, the Mets and Diamondbacks playing into the 13th inning for the second time in this series. The last time the Mets had 2 games in one series this long, you got to go back to 1997 in Los Angeles, when the Mets lost both a 15-inning game and a 14-inning game in the same series at Dodger Stadium. So Ross with a chance to untie this game. Prado the lead man at third. Goldschmidt at second. Chavez at first. The Mets bring the infield in.
Got to be throwing up the old sinker here, trying to get a ground ball. See the defense right there. It's all committed on the infield. Have to be.
Ross is 1 for 4 and a walk today.
First pitch is the most important pitch.
And he misses high with it for ball 1.
So now a serious advantage hitter. You are, well, Ross is in the driver's seat.
Arzma retired Ross last night on a pop-up. And now he's behind him, 2-0.
Well, he missed with a slider there now, so it's 2-0, bases loaded. This has got to be some serious cheddar right here.
A single by Prado, a double for Goldschmidt, an intentional walk to Chavez, and the bases loaded, nobody out. And now Arzma behind on Ross 2-0 and positively has to throw a strike. And he misses ball 3. So the hole gets even deeper.
That'll get your manager pacing.
Well, you got the left-hand hitter Parra on deck, so this might be Ardsmith's last batter either way.
Yep.
You got Edgin ready in the bullpen.
Got a long way back here.
3-0 to Cody Ross. And ball 4 forces in the go-ahead run. So Ardsma unable to throw a strike to Ross with the bases full. In comes Prado to score, and the Diamondbacks go in front 3-2 in the 13th inning.
Oh boy, you'd hate to fall behind like that.
That's going to be all for Ardsma. Josh Edgin will come out of the bullpen. Diamondbacks have taken the lead in the 13th. We'll be right back. Josh Edgin, the next man out of the Mets bullpen.
Third appearance in the series for Josh.
He worked an inning and a third last night. Comes in with Goldschmidt at third, Chavez at second, Ross at first. A run already home in the 13th.
And same defensive setup. They got to cut the runner off the plate. Infield in.
Gerardo Parra 1 for 5 on the day. A bunt double back in the 5th inning. And takes a slider for a strike. Well, Ardsma faced 4 batters, didn't retire any of them. The bases loaded walk to Ross, putting Arizona in the lead after neither team had scored since the 5th. And Parra hits it down to Satin. Comes home for the force play. Returned by Recker. Hits the runner. And everybody will hold. And what are they going to say? They're going to call him out. They're going to say he was out of the baseline. It's a double play. And they're going to send the runners back. So it's a double play. 3-2-3. As Parra is called for running out of the 3-foot wide lane that you must traverse in the last 45 feet to first base.
Well, Recker takes too much time on the throw here. Let's keep an eye on the runner. Yes, sir. Proper call. Can't do that.
The problem with that, of course, is that you have to get to fair territory at some point because the bag is in fair territory. But the problem is he was running in fair territory the whole way.
So Recker throws a side armor here. He's inside the line.
So it's an interference call against Parra for a 3-2-3 double play. The runners go back to first and second. And Josh Edgin has done his job getting the double play. Now Brandon Lyon will try and get the final out of the inning facing the catcher Nieves. 3-2 Arizona in the 13th. Lyon in to face Will Nieves, and he throws the first pitch curveball and gets a strike. Lyon's second appearance in this series. He worked a scoreless inning Tuesday night. That's getting a huge double play to short circuit what could have been a big inning. Now Lyon trying to get the final out with 2 out and 2 on. And he comes inside, 1-1 to Nieves, who's 2 for 5 on the day. I thought maybe they would use Miguel Montero to pinch hit here.
I did too. I thought it would have been the right play.
But Kirk Gibson opting to give his #1 catcher the full day off. Chavez at second, Ross at first. They both had to return after the interference call against Parra created the double play, and that's flared to right, a base hit. Chavez is not fast. He turns third and heads home. Here comes the throw by Marlon Byrd to the plate. The tag by Recker. He got him! Recker able to slap the tag on Chavez, and the inning is over. Marlon Byrd guns down another one. The throw a little bit up the line, but Recker did a nice job to go and get it and put a tag on Chavez. That interference call winds up being huge. Chavez trying to score from second. Recker got him on the belt. And the Mets down by just 1 run as they come up in the bottom of the 13th inning. Heath Bell, who earned a save last night, comes on to try and save it in the bottom of the 13th for Arizona.
Well, he got a save last night. Didn't start out great for Heath. Fell behind, sat, and got the strikeout, then came back and got the save.
In the top of that 13th inning, the Diamondbacks had 3 hits and 2 walks and somehow scored only 1 run, in part because of Marlon Byrd's 6th outfield assist of the year. So it could have been an enormous inning for Arizona, turned into just a 1-run inning, and gives the Mets a chance to rebound as they did on Monday night in the bottom of the 13th inning. That was against Josh Colmenter. Today they'll try and do it against Heath Bell. Bird, Satin, and Recker due up for the Mets. Bird is 2 for 5 on the day. He's driven in a run. And Bell ready to go. Fastball strike. 0-1 to Bird. Each team has now used 7 pitchers today. J.J. Putz retired the last batter in the 12th. He stands to be the winner. David Aardsma on the short end. And Bird hits one toward the hole, knocked down by Goldschmidt. Loses the sunglasses but makes the play to Bell, who goes down but hits the bag, and they get the out.
Not a nice play. And you know what? If you're guarding the line, there's a leadoff single right there. We've got his sunglasses all entangled. Good feed. Bell, I just think, was just never. Bell's a bit of a load there. And he's making sure that out. He knows how important this is. Listen, he doesn't want to relinquish the saving role with putts back off the DL.
Lucky he didn't sprain an ankle there.
You're right.
As he went down. But he's just fine. So 1 out in the bottom of the 13th. And now Josh Satin will step in.
So there you go. 1 out.
See the reaction there by Goldschmidt. It's like, I want to get my guy hurt.
Well, Goldschmidt made a nice feed. It's just that Bell is a truck horse getting over there to first.
Satin is 1 for 5 on the day. First pitch swinging, fouls it off. Josh had a base hit back in the 6th inning to extend his hitting streak to 10 games. The Diamondbacks 3 runs and 12 hits. The Mets 2 runs and 8 hits. Mets had the leadoff man on twice in extra innings. In the 12th, they drew a couple of 2-out walks, but Putz got right to ground into a fielder's choice. And now Bell trying to save it after the bases loaded walk to Ross gave the Diamondbacks the lead. How many times does a player in one series get the go-ahead RBI twice in the 13th inning? Ross did it on Monday, and he's done it again today.
I had not realized that. You're right. Absolutely right, Gary.
Home run on Monday night, bases loaded walk today, but the Mets did a great job preventing further trouble in that inning. Now we'll see if that pays off.
Well, Bell just cannot get his curveball over.
How many years in a row have we been saying that?
Well, he just throws it in the dirt, in the dirt, in the dirt.
Anthony Recker on deck. Satin yesterday hit his first major league home run. That came against Randall Delgado. Here's the 1-2, and Satin fouls off the curveball. Game more than 4.5 hours old. 4 straight days these teams have played marathon days or nights. What with extra inning games and rain delays. Mets won the first 2 of the series. The Diamondbacks trying to get a split. And Satin went around strike 3. High fastball from Bell for the 2nd out. 3rd time Satin has been struck out today.
Well, that was the pitch. 2 curveballs in a row, then come up. They wanted it away. Up out of the strike zone. Just see a lot of fatigue here.
Met hitters have struck out 13 times today. So now the Mets are down to their final out with Anthony Recker, who is 0 for 5 on the afternoon. Prado coming in to talk to Bell. See how he's going to pitch to Recker so he can defend him accordingly.
Well, I got to believe they're just going to keep the ball away. The shadows, no effect on the shadows. So the hitter here.
Yeah, Recker watches away. Ball 1. If Recker can keep it going, Omar Quintanilla would be next. Mets battled from behind, went down to their final out on Monday. 2-0 now to Recker.
Boy, you got to look middle in here.
Recker has 3 home runs, including 1 in this series.
He's going to stay away, of course.
Popped up foul. Goldschmidt coming over, but that'll be in the crowd. 2-1. This game began as a terrific pitching battle between Dylan G and Ian Kennedy. They each went 7 before handing it off to the bullpens, each of which did a tremendous job. Diamondbacks trying to get a 6th scoreless inning out of their pen after the Mets faltered in the top of the inning. Two-one from Bell to Recker. And Anthony drives one. Deep left center field. Back goes Campana to the wall. It's out of here! Anthony Recker ties the game with 2 out in the bottom of the 13th. Recker's 4th of the year, is 2nd in the series, and the Mets come back from the dead again to tie it at 3. Unbelievable.
That is a veteran pitcher out there, and you just can't make a pitch like that. And kudos to Anthony Recker.
Well, Recker's star has brightened this week. He's gotten some playing time, and he's taken advantage.
Fastball right down the middle and out. Right down the middle.
And Recker is a strong man and hit it out on the Party City deck to tie the game. Now Quintanilla pops one up down the left field line, a foul ball.
So unbelievable. He just crushed that ball. Continues to perform when he gets a chance to play, and he's going to earn himself some more playing time.
Well, you've been 0 for 5 to this point today, but with the Mets down to their final out, Recker gives the Mets new life. And a blown save for Heath Bell. Quintanilla pulls one, and Goldschmidt is there. Throws it behind Bell, but a nice job by Heath to reach back and get it. And we will go to the 14th inning at Citi Field. Anthony Recker deciding that the day was not long enough. Time to keep this one going. His home run has tied it and sent it off to the 14th. Well, J.J. Putz and Heath Bell talking it over. Each one has blown a save in the 13th inning in this series. And so we play on. Brandon Lyon facing Cliff Pennington leading off in the 14th. Pennington is 0 for 5 on the day. Lyon came in the 13th, faced one batter, gave up a base hit to Will Nieves, but Bird threw out Chavez at the plate to keep it a one-run game, and the Mets have taken advantage to get even.
Oh, you've got a veteran pitcher out there in Bell, and he should know better. He just can't throw a fastball down the pipe 2-1. with a guy as strong as Wrecker up. You got Quintanilla in the on-deck circle, who's not by any stretch of the imagination a home run hitter. So he threw it down the middle, and Wrecker crushed it.
Well, we've now reached the 400 pitch plateau for the second time in this series. 2-1 to Pennington, and he grounds one toward the hole, and that'll sneak through for a base hit. And so the Diamondbacks have the leadoff man on yet again. Aaron Hill had been out on deck to pinch hit, but it looks like he's going back, and they're going to send up Didi Gregorius instead, probably a better bunter than Hill. So Lyon has faced 2 batters, giving up 2 hits. So now Gregorius will be the pinch hitter. Chaz Rowe is up in the bullpen. Rowe made his major league debut in this series, and he's about to make his 3rd appearance already. So Gregorius, who started the first 2 games of the series at shortstop, has been held out the last 2 days. He's been in a slump, just 1 for 8 in this series, but almost certainly will be asked to bunt in this spot.
Well, yet Arizona had the bases loaded with a 1-run lead last inning. Nobody out. And guess what? They left him out there. So it's almost, you don't deserve to win this game. And now those shadows are tough. Look at the defense. David Wright in anticipation of a bunt.
In that 13th inning, Edgin came in and got the double play from Parra on the interference call, and then Bird threw out Chavez at the plate. So the Diamondbacks wasted a huge chance. Gregorius gets the bunt down, and Lyon goes to first with it. 1-3 on the sacrifice, and now that go-ahead runs at second. So Gregorius needs only 1 pitch to get the job done. And now he'll leave it to the top of the batting order. Tony Campana due up. But now they're going to send up Aaron Hill as the pinch hitter. So Hill was on deck to bat if there was nobody on base. Now he'll come up to pinch hit with a runner in scoring position, and the Mets will decide whether to pitch to him or to Martin Prado. Hill has had a very good series. Played the first 3 games at second base. 5 for 14 in the series.
Well, they're going to pitch to Hill. He's a righty-righty set matchup here. You don't want to get the Goldschmidt.
So Hill is batting for Campana. And he takes off the plate from Lyon, ball 1.
Well, bases loaded, nobody out, don't get a run in. Double play, home to first. Interference call, running inside the line. And then Marlon Byrd with a perfect strike on a base hit to throw out Chavez to end the inning.
See what defensive tricks the Mets have in this inning. As Hill takes it wide, 2-0. You got Prado on deck, Goldschmidt behind him. The Mets only have 2 relievers in their bullpen left. They've got Scott Rice, who pitches every day, and Gonzalez Herman, who was just called up for this series and has not yet made a big league appearance. Lyon behind 2-0. And Hill yanks one into the dugout and back out again. 2-1. Meanwhile, Kirk Gibson still has 1 player left on his bench. He's got Miguel Montero, his #1 catcher. The Mets are out of bench players. So you're starting to get down to the short straws as far as who's available.
Good call there. I like that one.
Well, we're pushing toward the 5-hour mark in this game.
Oh.
These 2 teams played 5 hours and 13 minutes on Monday night.
Well, I'll tell you what, if we get through this, this inning will make it official was a doubleheader. Be through 5 in the second game.
2-1 to Aaron Hill with the go-ahead run at second and 1 out. And Hill fouls it away. 2-2. So these 2 teams have combined to go 3 for 19 with runners in scoring position today. The Mets 1 for 10. The Diamondbacks 2 for 9.
Oh. Was that the run the bases
Oh,
crowd?
this is Kids Run the Bases Day.
Oh, my word.
They've been lined up since the 8th inning. Now the 2-2 from Lyon, and Hill smacks one foul. Got out ahead of that one and yanked it into the seats. Pennington led off the inning with a base hit. He's at second with one out. This has been a rough homestand for Brandon Lyon. He had that horrible inning against Washington on Sunday. Bounced back with a good outing Tuesday night. He's given up 2 hits to the first 3 batters today. 2-2. Curveball hit to shortstop. Runner advancing. They'll let him go as Quintanilla throws out Hill for the second out. Pennington takes third. So now Prado will come to bat. And who would you rather face in a situation where a base hit gives the Diamondbacks the lead? Prado or Goldschmidt?
You got to go after Prado. Prado has swung the bat very well. He's a veteran hitter, but you got the RBI leader right now in the National League in Goldschmidt. You've got to go after Prado.
Prado is 2 for 6 today. Single to center in the 8th, single to right, and then scored the go-ahead run in the 13th. Pennington at third and 2 out. Up and in, and Prado vacates.
Well, we've seen more than a few pitches like this in this series. Nothing wrong.
Well, they do it to David Wright all the time. One and 0 to the former Brave, and he loops one at his shallow right center. It's going to fall for a base hit, and the Diamondbacks go back in front. Prado dunks one to chase home Pennington, and it's 4-3 Arizona in the 14th. So Prado, after being dusted on the first pitch, it's a dork to get the go-ahead run home.
Well, not only is it a dork, it's a dork with a ribeye steak in it, and even worse, it could be a game-winning ribeye.
So it's 4-3 Arizona. They again take the lead in extra innings. Goldschmidt the batter with 2 out and Prado at first. Goldschmidt 2 for 5 today, a single and a double. Ripped that double down the left field line in the 13th against David Aardsma. And this time takes outside ball 1. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 14th, the Mets, who are out of bench players, have Valdespin, Neuenhuis, and Young due up, and the pitchers due up 4th in the inning, which means there may be another pinch hitting assignment brewing for Matt Harvey.
Here we go again, huh? This is what happens when you have 12 pitchers, less bench. I don't like 12 pitchers. I never have. I think 11 is fine. Oh, there's 13 here now. That's right, with that 4-man bench. So, wow.
It's almost too much to digest.
It's just really. I mean, we're going to have, when this game is eventually over, and it may not be over, we're going to have to do a little synopsis, a recap, hopefully a happy recap.
A happy recap.
I've lost track. I'm going to have to.
I will remind you of all the pertinent details.
I'm going to have to buff up on commercial break.
1-1 to Goldschmidt. And Lyon gets ahead of him.
He has not looked good at the plate, has he? After that first at bat, that 2-run homer, he has not looked good.
He has 4 hits in 16 at bats in this series. So now Lyon ahead on the count, 1-2. And the curveball golfed down the left field line. Foul. The game in Oakland is in the 7th inning.
Are we going to do like the other night when there's no more games up on the board? They're all finals?
Well, there are night games tonight on the West Coast, so I'm not sure we're going to get that far. 1-2 to Goldschmidt with Prado at first and 2 out. And Goldschmidt hits one off the end of the bat to keep the at-bat alive. So Chaz Rowe is going to pitch the bottom of the 14th for the Diamondbacks, with Bell having left for the pinch hitter. So Rowe will have a chance for his first major league save, his first series in the big leagues. So it's not guaranteed for the Diamondbacks just yet. Recker already spoiled their hopes once with the tying home run in the 13th. 1-2, and the curveball again golfed, and this time fouled off the right side. Just a couple of minutes short of the 5-hour mark. Seventh pitch of the at bat to Goldschmidt, and it's up and away, 2-2. Just looking at Chaz Rowe's minor league numbers, he has 8 saves in 9 seasons in the minor leagues. 2-2, up and away, and a full count to Goldschmidt with Eric Chavez on deck. So Lyon having trouble putting this inning to bed. Boy, has this been a rough week for Brandon Lyon. He's faced 5 batters in this game, given up 3 hits. Now after getting ahead on Goldschmidt, he's gone to a full count, so Prado will be on his way. This will be the 9th pitch of the at bat from Lyon to Goldschmidt, and he grounds one right at Quintanilla. Omar takes care of Goldschmidt. That ends the inning. A 2-out hit for Prado puts the Diamondbacks back in front. Mets will try and rally again. 14th inning stretch. Changes for the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 14th. Aaron Hill, who pinch hit, stays in the game at second base. New outfield alignment. Martin Prado moves from second base to left field. Gerardo Parra moves from right field to center field. And Cody Ross moves from left field to right field. Got all that? Well, now Chaz Rowe, in his 3rd big league outing, goes for his first major league save.
Oh, he'll remember this 4-game series, won't he? Made his debut in the first game, won an inning in 2/3. Didn't give up a run. Came back in and pitched last night and gave up a run.
Prado brought the wrong glove out to left field. He plays so many different positions, I'm sure he gets confused sometimes.
And I checked that on Rowe. He pitched the 2nd game of the series also.
Jordani Valdespin will lead off for the Mets in the home 14th. Let's check in with Kevin.
Guys, right now the scene behind me out on 126th Street looks like LaGuardia on a snowy day in the Delta Terminal. It's unbelievable. There are a ton of people out there, parents with their kids getting in, waiting for a chance to run the bases, which is available after this game. Kids all ages, from very young to very old, lining up from halfway down Citi Field, almost down to Roosevelt Avenue, waiting for their chance. Some have been out there for over 2 hours. That is what you call dedication.
Wonder what they must be saying under their breath about Anthony Recker when he tied the game in the 13th, making them wait a little longer. New and Heiss on deck, Young behind him. The pitcher due up fourth in the inning against Rowe, who's faced 14 batters. 7 of them have reached base. Valdespin takes a rip. 0-2. First at bat for Valdespin, who came in a double switch in the 13th inning. Jordani had one at bat yesterday and was robbed of a base hit on a great play by Pennington at shortstop. Now the 0-2 coming from Rowe to Valdespin, and he dribbles one foul at the plate. So the Diamondbacks now on their 8th pitcher of the day. They have cleared out their bullpen. Will Harris for an inning, David Hernandez for an inning, Josh Colmenter for 2, Tony Sipp for 2/3, J.J. Putz for 1 out. Heath Bell blew the save in the bottom of the 13th when he gave up the Recker home run. They still have Brad Ziegler available in that bullpen. The Diamondbacks are carrying 12 pitchers, but they have only 4 starters on their roster right now. They're going to bring up Tyler Skaggs to start tomorrow. Dylan G started this game about 3 days ago. He's had plenty of time to rest. Might be ready to go back in. Here's the 1-2. A little bit low. 2-2 to Valdespin. Chaz Rowe from Steubenville, Ohio. First round pick by the Rockies back in 2005. 8 years later, finally getting a crack at the big leagues. Matt Harvey ready for a turn at bat, which might be forthcoming. Valdespin pops one foul, and that'll go out of play. Crowd of better than 24,000 on Independence Day has dwindled to a few thousand hearty souls. Enjoying a long day of baseball. The Mets have been out hit 14-9, but the Mets came back from the brink with 2 out in the 13th and now trying to come back again in the 14th. 2-2 to Valdespin. And now a full count. So after Rowe got ahead of him 0-2, now Valdespin has worked it full with New and Heiss on deck. Now the rookie right-hander deals the 3-2, and Valdespin pops it foul and stays alive. Rowe, before he was called up, had pitched at both AA and AAA in the Diamondback system. 12 games, 1.59 ERA, earning him the call-up.
I'm going to throw a curveball. Are you kidding?
3-2. Give him a fastball.
It didn't look like it. Put down 2. It didn't look like they're trying to get coy, cute. Oh.
This will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat from Rowe to Valdespin, leading off the bottom of the 14th. And this time they do call for the curve.
Oh, my goodness.
Fastball drilled into right center field. Over comes Ross, diving to make the catch.
Cody Ross with a terrific play to take an extra base hit away from Valdespin.
Oh, this ball's ripped. He gets it in the air. It's a home run. What a play by Ross. He gets there. Oh, well, Ross has been all over the place in this series.
One batter, one bullet against Chaz Rowe, one out. They didn't make catches like that in the American Association when Rowe pitched for the Laredo Lemurs last year.
Well, with a name like that.
Here's Neuenhuis, who's 1 for 2. And he bangs one off his foot, a foul ball. I get a feeling this game still has some twists and turns to go.
Oh, I'm keeping my mouth shut.
Well, it's the second Diamondbacks player to lose his sunglasses in extra innings.
Well, all the players, the Arizona players want to go home.
We saw Goldschmidt lose his sunglasses in the 13th, and now Ross sheds them in the 14th. No need to put them on, Cody. Just leave them on your cap. Didn't need them on that last play. Neuenhuis drives one to the gap in left center field. That ball headed for the wall, and it's out of here! Neuenhuis ties the game. Can you believe this? We are even again in the 14th. Kurt Neuenhuis with his second home run of the year. Recker hit a bomb in the 13th to tie it, and now Neuenhuis does the same in the 14th. It's 4-4. Well, Neuenhuis' first home run was the last game of the last homestand, a walk-off 3-run shot. This time he goes the other way to tie it.
Right down the pipe fastball.
Heath Bell can commiserate. So Chaz Rowe blows the save opportunity.
I didn't think this ball had a chance of getting out. I knew it was all I thought it was off the wall, to be honest with you.
Now Eric Young is 0 for 5 and a walk. And he takes ball 1. Sean Markham has come out on deck, presumably to bunt if Young gets on. Not sure if the Mets would go with somebody else if he does not get on, because Matt Harvey is certainly a better hitter, and he is available. But Markham, for the moment, is on deck. Mets are out of bench players. This is one of the most remarkable things I've ever seen.
In your experience?
Especially when you consider how many innings and how many rain delays and what the schedule's been like for this team over the last 2 or 3 weeks. To play this deep and to keep on coming back. First Recker and now Neuenhuis evening things with extra inning home runs. And now it's 3-0 to Young. Well, there have been 2 bullets hit against Chaz Rowe. And frankly, the Diamondbacks are fortunate this game is not over. But Ross bailed Rowe out on the first ball hit by Valdespin. Nobody could catch Neuenhuis' ball. Here's a strike to Young, 3-1. Young walked and stole a base in the 12th inning.
Take another pitch here.
You got the pitcher on deck. Ball 4. So Young is on, carrying the winning run. And Markham will come up to try and bunt him over.
Well, here's the home run from Neuenhuis that ties the game again. Just gets over.
Well, the Mets went 2 years without having a pitcher coming up to pinch hit. But Matt Harvey pinch hit on Monday, and now Sean Markham pinch hitting today. Markham 3 for 20 with 2 sacrifice bunts this year. The Mets with 2 home runs today. Log on to sny.tv/Dwayne Reed to print out your coupon for $5 off Crest 3D white strips, redeemable at any Dwayne Reed or Walgreens store. Well, Chaz Rowe has faced 3 batters. He gave up a bullet to Valdespin that Ross made a great catch on. The tying home run to Neuenhuis, and now a walk to Young. This has been quite the series in terms of time spent in the ballpark. Over 5 hours for the second time, a couple of lengthy rain delays. And now Markham coming up to pinch hit. Markham started the first game of the series, the first 13-inning game, and trying to be part of ending another long game. And he gets the bunt down.
Beautiful.
Rowe will make the play to first. 1-3 on the sacrifice, and now Young is on second base carrying the winning run. And David Wright will come up, and I would think that they will almost assuredly walk Wright and prefer to pitch to Bird. Wouldn't you suppose?
I would be inclined to pitch to Bird here, not Wright. We'll see.
David is 1 for 5 and a walk today. Bird, who's on deck, is 2 for 6.
They're going to walk him.
So the signal has already gone out. Will Nieves putting up 4 fingers, and they will give David an intentional pass.
So Mets need Marlin to come through and get everybody in that shower and get something to eat, get on the airplane and get to Milwaukee.
Well, Bird has 2 hits today, and his last time up he had one that looked like it might get through, leading off in the 13th, and Goldschmidt made a nice play. Rowe has not fooled anybody in this inning. And in this series, which marks the first series of his career, he's faced 19 batters, and 10 of them have reached base. So the former Laredo Lemur, who's already blown the save here in the 14th, will now be hard-pressed to try and keep the Mets from winning it. And there's ball 4. So Wright goes to first. His run does not matter. Eric Young's does. He's at second base, and Marlon Byrd will try and end this incredibly long series.
Oh.
The last time the Mets hit 2 home runs in extra innings, it was in 2006 against the Giants, when Lastings Millage and Jose Valentin both homered against Armando Benitez in the 10th inning.
All right. Rally caps. Defense is straight up. Mets need a base hit. Or how about a ground ball right through someone's legs?
Doesn't take much of a hit to get Young home from second base. Bird has had 1 at bat against Rowe in this series. 0 for 1. 2 on and 2 out. And Bird takes low and inside, ball 1.
Josh Satin is in the on-deck circle. If Bird walks or gets an infield hit, it'll be on him.
Breaking ball outside. 2-0. Now this is some awfully heavy lifting for a kid who never expected to be in this spot.
Supposed to play 9-inning games.
The 8th Arizona pitcher of the day is behind on Bird 2-0 with the winning run at second. And now 3-0.
All right.
He's already walked 2 in the inning, 1 intentionally.
I sense a little Archie Bell in the drills.
Well, remember the Diamondbacks took a lead in the 13th inning on a bases loaded walk to Cody Ross. Mets tied it on Recker's home run.
The only guy left out there in that bullpen is Brad Ziegler, and he can tend to be wild.
And he is not up. 3-0 to Bird. And Marlin takes it a strike. 3-1.
Well, go to hitting.
Bird has 1 RBI today. That came on a ground down in the 4th. Josh Satin would be next. Three and 1 to Marlon Byrd. And a look back at Young.
Well. Young slugger.
Rally caps and yawns. Perfect. Now roll with a 3-1, and Bird fouls it back. Full count.
Well, the runners will be in motion now, so it'll be automatic. No chance to throw anybody out. Well,
with Young's speed, he might be able to score on an infield hit now.
He shades of Mookie Wilson.
Seen it before. Mets have already had serious dramatics in extra innings. Now waiting for one more piece of drama. Can't bear to watch. The runners go, the 3-2. And Bird takes strike three call. Breaking ball got him. Bird can't believe it. Thought for sure it was ball 4, but Tim Walkie punches him out, and we play on into the 15th inning at Citi Field.
Got the inside corner.
For the second straight inning, the Mets come from behind to tie with a home run. First Recker and now Neuenhuis, and it's 4-4 after 14. Amazing. Well, this absolutely incredible game moves on to the 15th inning, and Scott Rice will come on to pitch for the Mets.
Well, Scott pitched yesterday. Came in that 6th inning. A third of an inning, walked 2 batters.
He'll face Eric Chavez leading off in the top of the 15th inning. The Mets twice coming from behind in extra innings to tie the game with home runs by Recker and Neuenhuis. And so we play on into the 15th, the Mets' third game this year that's gone 15 innings or longer. And Chavez takes a strike from Rice. The first 2 were against the Miami Marlins, a 20-inning game and a 15-inning game. The 20-inning game here, the 15-inning game in Miami, and the Mets lost them both. Now into the 15th against the Diamondbacks. Cody Ross on deck, and then Gerardo Parra against Rice, who gets the comebacker from Chavez for one easy out.
I am very tempted to put a call on Teresa downstairs in that kitchen, that Met kitchen in the clubhouse. I'm starving.
The last time that the Mets had 2 home runs in the 13th inning or later, it was 1971 against the Phillies. June the 19th, 1971. Ken Singleton homered in the 14th inning. Don Clendenin hit a walk-off home run in the 15th to win it 6-5. So it has been 40 2 years since the Mets have hit 2 home runs this late in a game. Last time it was Singleton and Clendenin. This time Wrecker and Nieuwenhuis. Meanwhile, Cody Ross has had a huge impact in this game. He drew a bases-loaded walk to give the Diamondbacks a lead in the 13th. Then he made that great catch against Valdespine. Otherwise, the Mets might have already won this game. 2-0 to Ross, who's 1 for 4 with a couple of walks today. And that bases-loaded walk in the 13th. Remember, in that 13th inning, the Diamondbacks scored a run, had the bases loaded and nobody out, and did not score further. Edgin came in, got the double play ball, and then after a base hit by Nieves against Brandon Lyon, Marlon Byrd threw out Chavez at the plate. Quintanilla in front of the ground ball, and he throws out Ross, who looks like he can barely run at this point. 2 out. The legs get a little heavy. Now Gerardo Parra with 2 out and nobody on. Parra is 1 for 6. And Rice throws a fastball for a strike. Rice had a rare 2 days off in a row the first 2 games of the series. Now in his 46th game, tops in the league. And Parra is hit by the ball, but he's in the batter's box. It's a foul ball.
Not a strike.
Rice ahead 0-2. And Parra hits one up the middle, a base hit. So a 2-out hit for Parra, his second hit of the day. And the Diamondbacks' 15th hit of the game. Now Will Nieves will come to bat. Nieves, the backup catcher, doesn't play very much, but he's gotten to play plenty today. And he has 3 hits and 6 at-bats. He drove in the first 2 Diamondback runs back in the 5th inning.
And you got both catchers here catching 15 innings, Wrecker and Nieves.
Now the Mets backup catcher, John Buck, was used as a pinch hitter and struck out and was thrown out of the game after striking out. The backup, the catcher for the Diamondbacks, their number 1 catcher, Miguel Montero, you see there, is still available. And he's the only position player on either team who is.
And the Mets have only Herman in the bullpen left. Arizona has Ziegler, and that's it.
Ziegler is up now in that Arizona pen. Rice missing a load in Nieves, 1-0. One and one to Nieves. Game approaching 5.5 hours old. No matter what the outcome of this game, this is one we'll remember for a long time.
Or forget.
2 balls and a strike to Nieves.
This is almost, you said the time right now. If it gets to 6 hours, it's like getting in the car and driving from San Francisco to Los Angeles. That's about how long it takes.
Well, we're almost New York to Virginia Beach at this point. 2-1. Well outside. And so Rice, after getting the first two hitters, gives up a base hit to Parra. Now behind 3-1 on Nieves. Rice had trouble with the bases on balls yesterday. Allowed a couple in a third of an inning. Three-one. There's a strike at the knees. 3-2.
That ball was low. Everybody's tired. That ball's low. Even the umps. Remember the umpire behind the plate today, Tim Welke. He's been back there forever too.
Parra gets set to run. 3-2 coming to Nieves. And first Rice will check in on Parra, who was standing on the bag.
I don't understand why you got Josh holding the runner on 3-2, not playing behind him.
So especially with Nieves, who twice has had base hits the other way today. Now the 3-2 from Rice. And Nieves grounds one toward the middle. Quintanilla can't get there. It's a base hit. On his way to third now is Parra. And he takes a turn and holds on there. Well, it's a ball that Quintanilla might have gotten closer to 4 hours ago. But he couldn't reach it, and so back-to-back hits put runners at first and third.
That ball's hit pretty hard. This has just been...
So now runners at first and third with two down, and Cliff Pennington will bat. Pennington is 1 for 6 on the day. He'll bat from his weaker side now. He's only hitting 169 as a right-hand batter. And Rice stepping off to give a look over at Parra, who's taken some liberties off the bag at third. The pitcher's spot is due up next. Miguel Montero has come out on deck. So this is the guy that Rice wants to get out. Even though Montero's a left-hand batter, he's a far more dangerous hitter than Pennington. Rice retired the first two, but now back-to-back hits have put him in jeopardy. One and one to Pennington. Scott Rice, the Mets' 8th pitcher of the afternoon. The Diamondbacks have also used 8. And Pennington drives one into left center for a base hit. That brings in the lead run, and for the third straight inning, the Diamondbacks have taken the lead as Parra comes in to score. 3 straight 2-out hits. Pennington puts Arizona up 5-4 in the 15th.
Well, hitting from the weak side, under 200, and gets a fastball right down the pipe, and Parra saying, come on, guys, close the door. Right down Broadway.
So the Diamondbacks have poked their nose in front yet again. They took a lead in the 13th and the 14th. The Mets tied it each time with a home run. Now the Diamondbacks ahead again in the 15th inning. And Miguel Montero, the last man on either bench, will be used to pinch hit. He'll bat for Chaz Rowe, and then Brad Ziegler, the last man in the Arizona bullpen, will come in to try and save it as Gonzalez Herman, who has not yet made a big league appearance, gets up in the Mets bullpen. And Montero takes a strike. Montero started the first 3 games of this series behind the plate, 3 for 11. There's Ziegler, who had a very rough outing here on Tuesday night. In fact, both his appearances in this series have been troubled.
He can't find the dish.
And quickly, Rice gets ahead on Montero, 0-2. Nieves now at second, Pennington at first. 17 hits now for the Diamondbacks, 10 for the Mets. Think the Mets have another tying home run in them? That would be one for the ages.
What do you got? Satin, Recker, and Quintanilla.
Why not? Swing and a miss. Montero out on strikes to end the inning, but the Diamondbacks once again take the lead on Pennington's 2-out hit. Now Ziegler will try and save it in the bottom of the 15th. By the New York Lottery, by the Atlantic City Food and Wine Festival, a 4-day extravaganza, July 25th through the 28th. Tickets are available at acfoodandwine.com. And by your Tri-Honda dealer. Hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2013 models. So the Mets have another comeback in them. They've rallied to tie in the 13th and 14th. They'll try again in the 15th, this time against Brad Ziegler.
Well, geez, Ziegler has thrown twice. This is his third appearance. Boy, this has been a marathon 4-game series, let me tell you. First 2 games, 2/3 of an inning, gave up a run, and then a third of an inning in the second game gave up 3 runs.
Josh Satin will lead off in the bottom of the 15th. Ziegler is the 9th Diamondbacks pitcher. He has 19 saves in his career, but only 1 since 2009. He picked up 11 of those saves in his rookie season with Oakland in 2008. Anthony Recker, who's already homered in extra innings, is on deck. Omar Quintanilla behind him. Satin is 1 for 6 today. He has struck out 3 times. Now facing the side-arming right-hander Ziegler. And he takes a strike.
And it's official now here in the bottom of the 15th. Arizona has used every player. They
except for their starting pitcher.
It's right. No one left.
So if the Mets tie it up again, Ziegler's just going to have to pitch all night.
Or, yes.
And Satin takes the breaking ball, 2-1.
You think Tim Welke's going to get a good night's sleep tonight?
I think everybody involved, from the players to the umpires to the ushers, will sleep well.
Oh, God.
What a series this has been, and it's not over yet.
God. Gosh, excuse me.
Ziegler pitched after the rain delay on Tuesday night, and he got hammered. Gave up hits to Recker and Quintanilla and Young. Charged with 3 runs in a third of an inning. He also had trouble on Monday. And that's a strike. 3-2.
Can't walk anybody here.
Diamondback pitchers have walked 6 today. And Satin takes. Did he go? No. Ball 4. And the tying run is aboard.
This is.
So now here's Anthony Recker, who came up with the Mets down a run in the 13th, 2 out and nobody on, and he did this.
This was way back in the 13th, folks. Off Heath Bell, 2-1 fastball. And that's his 4th home run. Second in the series.
Earlier this year, John Mayberry of the Phillies became only the 6th player in Major League history to hit 2 extra inning home runs in the same game. Now Recker has a chance to do that. And Ziegler works him outside. Ball 1. Recker 1 for 6 on the day.
I mean, Ziegler came into this series with 40 tonight, almost 40 innings pitched, only 11 walks, and he's been wild as a March hare the whole series.
Ground ball down to third. Chavez gets the out at second. Hill with the relay, not in time. Hard slide by Satin at second base. So they get the lead runner for the first out.
A high chop, tough to turn to. Not a great turn by Hill by any stretch of the imagination. Terrible turn. Nice slide by Josh.
Hill winds up on top of him. So now Recker is at first with 1 out. And Omar Quintanilla the batter. Quintanilla 1 for 5 and a walk. He doubled and scored back in the 5th inning. That run was driven in by Dylan G. It tied the game at 2, and it stayed tied until the 13th. 3 times now the Diamondbacks have grabbed the lead. Mets trying to rally again. And Quintanilla takes inside, ball 1. Jordani Valdespin on deck. Quintanilla had a 2-run base hit against Ziegler in that 7-run 7th inning Tuesday night. Ziegler worried about Recker?
Recker?
Really?
Left-hand hitter up and leave the hole open for him?
I don't think Recker's going anywhere anyway. Not exactly a guy who burns up the base paths. This is nuts. I know the Diamondbacks are a team that takes great care at holding runners on, but Anthony Recker is not going anywhere. Except hopefully for him, trotting around the bases when Quintanilla hits the home run. And Omar takes a strike on the outside. 1-1.
Oh boy. Pitch might have been away. And it was.
Quintanilla taking a long look down at Tim Tuffle. 33-year-old Brad Ziegler trying to wind his way through this bottom of the 15th. And Quintanilla fouls it at the plate. And now it's 1-2. Now Quintanilla has to fight from behind. 2-2. Ziegler in his 46th game today. That matches Scott Rice for the league lead.
Well, when he misses not even close.
Now the 2-2. And it's wide, ball 3.
Jeez.
So now a full count to Quintanilla with Recker at first and 1 out. And Charles Nagy can barely believe it. He's already seen 2 pitchers blow saves in extra innings.
I mean, he's missing. He's not even close. I feel like I'm in Little Rock watching a Texas League game.
You wouldn't think of sending Recker here, would you? 3-2 to Quintanilla. He's running, and it's outside, ball 4. And the Mets have the tying run at second and the lead run at first. So after getting ahead 1-2, Ziegler loses Quintanilla to the walk, the second walk of the inning. And the Mets are poised yet again.
Big gamble running Recker.
So now here's Valdespin, his second at bat. Came in a double switch in the 13th and hit a bullet to right center that Cody Ross made a very nice sliding catch on.
Gosh.
And now facing the side-arming right-hander.
Come in to save a ball game and you walk 2 people.
Valdespin has already hit a walk-off grand slam this year. Now poised with the tying and winning runs on base in the bottom of the 15th.
Oh, good matchup for Valdespin. Sinker ball, low pitcher can't try to pull him. He keeps the ball down. Valdespin a low ball hitter.
And he takes a fastball strike. Behind Valdespin is Neuenhuis in the number 9 spot. Recker is the tying run. He's at second. Quintanilla the potential winning run at first. Valdespin grounds one down to first, a fair ball, and taken to the bag by Goldschmidt for the second out as the runners advance to second and third. So now a base hit could win it for New York, and Kirk Neuenhuis will come to bat. Neuenhuis tied this game in the bottom of the 14th inning with his second home run of the year. Now it would take just a single to the outfield to win it.
I would like to see that play again and see if they had a chance. Here's the home run in the 14th. Fastball down the pipe, down. Neuenhuis, another low ball hitter. This is a good matchup. You see the reaction from the bench. A good matchup for Neuenhuis. Low ball pitcher.
And the way Ziegler struggled with his control, you can't think about walking him. And Neuenhuis takes a breaking ball for a strike.
Well, let's see if he had a chance to get the lead runner. I think he did, but you know what? It's not an accomplished first baseman. Tough play. Well, you just want to keep that winning run off a second.
Neuenhuis watches low. A ball and a strike. Kirk is 2 for 3 since coming in this game in the 10th inning. Singled in the 10th, homered in the 14th. Both hits went to left field. And now the Mets are down to their final strike.
Borderline. Got the call. Too close. He framed it. Ziegler's capable of throwing a wild pitch. Oh boy, that is very close.
Neuenhuis hits a weak ground ball. Goldschmidt is there, and this ball game comes to an end. After rallying twice in extra innings, the Mets unable to do it a third time, and the Diamondbacks win it in 15 innings, 5-4, to split the series 2 games apiece.
Well, I don't even know where to start, Gary. It's just what an unusual game. I don't think I've ever experienced one like this, but obviously it's all about the last 3 innings of this ball game. The Mets getting 2 home runs late from Recker and Neuenheis, both in the 13th and the 14th to tie the ball game. Finally, the 3rd time's the charm in the 15th, for Arizona. They're able to hang on and salvage the 4-game split.
Cliff Pennington with the go-ahead hit with 2 out of the 15th inning against Scott Rice to finally put the Diamondbacks in front to stay. Brett Ziegler gets his first save of the year. Chaz Rowe his first Major League win. As you check out the game summary, 5 hours and 46 minutes. An incredibly long and arduous series ends in a 4-game split as the Diamondbacks win this one in 15 innings, 5-4. Now the Mets move on to Milwaukee to begin a 9-game road trip with Zach Wheeler on the mound tomorrow night. Our coverage begins on SNY at 7 o'clock. Now for Keith Hernandez, Kevin Burkhardt, and our entire exhausted SNY crew, I'm Gary Cohen at Citi Field. Time for WB Mason post-game live.